Bonjour, chers.
Good morning to all delegates.
J'espère que vous avez passé.
I hope you had a lovely evening. It was quite a busy evening, wasn't it, Secretary General? And we've got quite a busy day ahead of us and a busy evening too. But I would like to thank all delegations who are going to be providing further nourishment for us today. I'm not sure it's necessary, but it'll be lovely, I'm sure. Let us get down to work, and I will continue inviting heads of delegation and other dignitaries to make their general statements. Let me remind you that your statements should not be longer than 5 minutes. And let me begin by inviting Mr. Jean-Marie Abolia-Mopola, Secretary General of Ministry of Transport, Communications and Access from the DRC, the Democratic Republic of Congo. The floor is yours.
Madam President of the General Assembly, Secretary General of the International Maritime Organization, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, it is a great honor for me to address your august assembly on behalf of the DRC at this 34th session of the General Assembly of the International Maritime Organization. Having been appointed by His Excellency, the Deputy Prime Minister, Minister for Transport, Communications and Access of the Democratic Republic of Congo, to whom I express my highest regard. Before getting to the heart of my remarks, on behalf of the delegation of the Democratic Republic of Congo, and on my own behalf as well, I would like to extend my warm congratulations to our President and her team for their well-deserved elections. We are confident that under their enlightened leadership, this session will fully achieve its objectives and contribute yet again to strengthening the central role of the International Maritime Organization. Madam President, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I have been asked by my government to, first of all, greet all delegations of member states and also to bring to your attention, once again, a major concern regarding the illegal and fraudulent use of the flag of the Democratic Republic of Congo by a significant number of ships operating in various seas around the globe. Indeed, as you know, a state's flag is much more than just a symbol. It embodies that country's sovereignty, its legal responsibility, and international commitments, particularly with regard to maritime safety, protection of the marine environment, and respect for the rights of seafarers. However, the DRC is currently facing an alarming situation. According to our investigations and technical cross-checks carried out in the last quarter of 2024, it was found that nearly 300 vessels were illegally flying the Congolese flag without any authorization from our competent authorities, outside of any legal framework and in clear violation of international standards. Of these 300 vessels fraudulently flying the DRC flag, 227, or 76%, are operating in the strategic area of the South China Sea, a vital trading area with heavy shipping traffic. As a reminder, the issue of fraudulent ship registration and fraudulent use of registers was first raised at the IMO in 2017 by my country during the 104th session of the Legal Committee. At that time, the DRC reported that approximately 73 ships had fraudulently used its flag, and that illegal fishing activities were being carried out in its waters to the detriment of its economy. The growth in these figures from 70 odd to almost 300. And the displacement of these activities to new parts of the world reflects the worrying scale of this phenomenon, which goes far beyond our national framework and constitutes a direct threat to the integrity of the international flag system as a whole. Madam President, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, these practices certainly undermine the credibility of the Congolese Maritime Register, our country's image within the international community, and also undermine the collective effectiveness of our fight against insecurity and illegality at sea. However, Madam President, no state can single-handedly deal with a phenomenon that is taking on a transcontinental dimension. And that is why the Democratic Republic of Congo calls for, firstly, strengthened technical support from the IMO to modernize its register and strengthens its capacities. Because most of our units don't have an IMO number of these units. Then enhanced cooperation with port states, particularly those in the East Asia region, in order to identify, intercept, and deny port access to vessels flying our flag fraudulently, if that is possible. And thirdly, an operational mechanism for sharing information on ships which are suspected of these flagging violations. Furthermore, the DRC expresses its full support for the proposal to use several working languages within the various groups, committees, and subcommittees of the IMO. When I arrived, I sometimes had problems with this. We consider that this approach promotes a better understanding of discussions and more inclusive participation by all delegations, and as a result, it leads to more equitable and effective decision-making in the interests of all member states. Madam President, Secretary General of the IMO, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, in conclusion, the DRC wishes to reaffirm its full commitment to the recommendations, decisions, and resolutions issued by this 34th IMO General Assembly, which will constitute an essential compass for modern, responsible, and sustainable maritime governance. Thank you.
Je remercie Monsieur le Secrétaire Général du Ministère.
Thank you very much to the Secretary General of the Ministry of Transport to the DRC. I now call on Ms. Mariana Edith Plaza, Ambassador Extraordinary and Plenipotentiary of Argentina.
Es un honor para mí.
Good morning. It is an honor for me to address this organization on behalf of the Republic of Argentina. Argentina has remarkably extensive coastlines, and it is also part of a very important river navigation system in South America. Around 87% of Argentina's foreign trade is transported by sea. Argentina has more than 107 maritime and river ports linked to international trade. All of them directly linked, I should say, to international trade. Since 1953, Argentina has been an active member of the organization, and in its capacity as a coastal state, a flag state, and a port state, it plays a fundamental role in the implementation and the enforcement of IMO instruments. We are active members who seek to contribute to the creation of new standards and the improvement of those that we already have, including those relating to polar navigation, as Argentina, as an Antarctic country, has broad experience in this area. This is also reflected in the training of officials and officers of the Argentine Naval Prefecture, the Argentine Navy, the National Merchant Marine, and recreational sailors. Likewise, in the constant improvement of technical systems and in international cooperation with other developing countries, we are making progress. And in order to move towards a more efficient and competitive navigation, Argentina recently has carried out a thorough reform of modernization of the internal regulations relating to the navigation regime for maritime, river, and lakes, thereby eliminating barriers and reducing costs. Likewise, through its active network of vessel traffic services, VTS, and in line with the strategic implementation plan for e-navigation established by the IMO, Argentina contributes significantly to the reduction of maritime incidents and occurrences resulting from ship traffic through the implementation of new technologies and management models. When it comes to marine environment protection, in addition to supporting the work of the IMO, we have created a system of marine protected areas to protect and conserve marine habitats and ecosystems. And we pursue environmental policy and promote marine scientific research in Argentine maritime spaces. And we are a leading member of both GLOW Litter and GLOW Noise projects, and we work assiduously in research and awareness raising in relation to both. Furthermore, our country places particular emphasis on the education and training of seafarers and we offer courses and certification not only for our own personnel, but for other countries who need help in that area as well. And it's an important point to make is that Argentina has assumed responsibility for providing search and rescue services in its extensive area of the South Atlantic. This responsibility covers an area of more than 14.6 million square kilometers. And that is why our country is pleased to announce that as of the 3rd of February of this year, the Petrel Maritime Search and Rescue Coordination Centre is now active, and it is located on Dundee Island. This coordination centre is active throughout the year. It is up and running, and since its creation, it has already intervened in search and rescue operations, towing operations, and air evacuations from its airstrip. And for the time being, this coordination centre is the only in the Antarctic, which demonstrates the Argentine Republic's commitment to safeguarding human life at sea within the Antarctic Treaty Area, ensuring greater coverage in one of the most hospitable places on Earth. Argentina welcomes, in the current agenda of the IMO, valuable opportunities to carry on building consensus around very important points, such as mass vessels and the active promotion of multilingualism. And with this in mind, we would like to reaffirm our commitment to work constructively with the organisation in all its work, bringing our views and our experiences, those of a country in a developing country, because we are convinced that it is only through this level of cooperation that we will be able to build a future that is both more efficient and fairer. To conclude, I would like to express my sincere thanks to you, President, and to Mr. Arsenio Dominguez, the Secretary General, for the laudable work that he carries out together with the Secretariat. Finally, I would just like to remind you that we are standing for Category B, and we hope to count on your support, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much.
Je remercie Madame l'ambassadrice.
Thank you very much to the Ambassador of Argentina. Let me now call on Mrs. Fatou Bensouda, High Commissioner for Gambia. The floor is yours.
Madam President, that has a very nice ring to it. May I take the opportunity on behalf of the Gambian delegation to congratulate you, as well as our sister countries of Morocco and the Maldives, on your assumption of the presidency. We wish you all the best during your tenure and assure you of our support at all times. The Honourable Minister for Works and Transportation expresses his regrets for not being able to be with you this time and has requested me to present his statement to you as he would have himself. Madam President, the Secretary General, Your Excellencies, distinguished delegates, on behalf of the President of the Republic of the Gambia, His Excellency Mr. Adama Barrow, and the Gambian delegation, I bring you warm greetings from the smiling coast of Africa. It is indeed an honor to address this esteemed assembly of the foremost international body entrusted with setting global maritime standards. As the Minister responsible for transport, including maritime transport, I would like to express my appreciation to the organization, particularly under the outstanding leadership of the Secretary General, for its significant achievements despite the various challenges confronting our unsettled world. the Gambia recognizes that the maritime industry is undergoing a profound transition. The adoption of the 2023 IMO strategy on the reduction of greenhouse gases emissions from ships marks a pivotal moment. However, the least developed countries, LDCs, and the small island developing states, SIDS, the path to implementation must be paved with equitable access to finance, technology, and capacity building. We therefore urge the organization and its partners to ensure that the principle of common but differentiated responsibilities is respected in all support mechanisms. Madam President, the Gambia supports the IMO's efforts to promote inclusive regulatory development. We believe that no member state should be left behind in the global maritime transition. And to this end, we welcome initiatives such as the IMO CARES program, the Green Voyage 2050 project, and the Greenhouse Gases TC Trust Fund, which are instrumental in bridging capacity gaps. Therefore, it is essential to underscore that these advances must be accompanied by continuous support for least developed countries and small island developing states, ensuring that no member state is left behind. We respectfully emphasize that meaningful capacity building, targeted training, access to green technologies, and technical assistance for the implementation of national action plans remain indispensable to enabling vulnerable nations to effectively respond to the impacts of this global challenge. Madam President, we applaud the IMO's leadership in addressing marine plastic litter and biodiversity loss. The recent Ocean Litter Global Task Force workshop and the training at IMO headquarters, as well as the GI WACAF initiatives in our regions, are commendable steps for a cleaner ocean. We urge continued synergy with other UN agencies and regional bodies to tackle marine environment threats holistically. Madam President, the Gambia has a unique geography in terms of location, coastal, port, flag, and riverine, and our river is navigable for the most part from the Atlantic Ocean, offering untapped potential for inland waterway transport and regional connectivity. We have ratified and domesticated a national maritime transport policy and sector strategy aligned with the Sustainable Development Goals. Despite the Gambia being one of the least emitting countries, she has demonstrated commitment to reduce its greenhouse gas emissions and has shown a strong commitment to develop a national action plan on greenhouse gases reduction to guide the process. We are committed to strengthening our institutional capacity and regulatory compliance. We seek deeper collaboration with the IMO and member states to advance the technical assistance, training, and investment in green infrastructure. In conclusion, Madam President, the IMO continues to serve as a beacon of multilateral cooperation and technical excellence as we collectively navigate an increasingly complex global landscape. In that spirit, the Gambia extends its sincere best wishes to all member states seeking election to the Council and expresses confidence that the process will result in outcomes that strengthen our shared objectives and advance the interests of the international maritime community. And finally, with your permission, Madam President, I wish to inform that the Gambia has recently joined the International Hydrographic Organization, IHO, demonstrating her strong commitment to maritime safety and protection of the environment. We are pleased to also announce that the International Convention on the Limitation of Liability of Maritime Claims, 1996, and MARPOL, Annex 6, will be ratified shortly. I thank you, Madam President, Secretary General, Your Excellencies, and distinguished delegates for your kind attention.
Je remercie Madame.
Thank you very much to the High Commissioner of Gambia. I now call on Mr. Luis Bermudez, Ambassador Extraordinary and Plenipotentiary and Permanent Representative of Uruguay to the IMO. Floor is yours. Thank you very much. Thank you, President, Secretary General, ministers, distinguished delegations. Uruguay is honoured to address this Assembly to reaffirm, with both conviction and responsibility, its commitment to multilateralism, to rules-based maritime governance, and to an international system that is capable of responding collectively, fairly, and effectively to the challenges facing our maritime areas. We are living at a time when the multilateral order is under strain from crises of various origins, environmental, economic, geopolitical, and social, as well as from national actions. Multilateralism requires negotiation and cooperation. And in this context, the IMO represents an irreplaceable forum for translating commitments into rules, scientific evidence into policies, and consensus into concrete action. Uruguay is a maritime country by vocation and through its history. Our ocean area, whose extended continental shelf was recognized by the Commission on the Limits of the Continental Shelf in strict accordance with international law, constitutes a strategic resource for which we assume full responsibility. This expanse not only means an advance in sovereign terms, but also an obligation, that of managing a larger ocean territory according to sustainability criteria and with robust technical tools and a view to regional cooperation. In this regard, we wish to emphasize the environmental, scientific and socio-economic importance of our maritime space, the Blue Meadow, as we have decided to refer to it, in contrast to our countryside, which is how people normally identify our wealth. This Blue Meadow contributes to our national development by reinforcing the strategic value of our maritime area in terms of biodiversity, scientific research, and the potential for exploitation. It is one of the most important marine ecosystems in the South Atlantic and constitutes a reservoir of biodiversity and a key element when it comes to the resilience of marine ecosystems in the face of climate change. Uruguay is making progress in oceanographic research, in research into alternative fuels such as green hydrogen, in conservation programs and marine governance frameworks that strengthen the sustainable management of this resource. Maritime transport is vital to the Uruguayan economy and to our development model, which is deeply linked to foreign trade. We therefore firmly adhere to the need for a responsible and professional international maritime sector. The challenges of reducing emissions from maritime transport require solutions that combine clear standards, technological innovation, adequate financing, and fair transition mechanisms. And Uruguay would stress the importance of no nation being left behind in this transformation, and that the IMO continue to act as the central pillar to ensure regulatory consistency and equity in the implementation of its instruments. We also consider it essential to make progress in the area of maritime safety. The prevention of accidents, emergency preparedness, the safety of life at sea, and the protection of the marine environment are all areas that this organization has developed with excellence and which require renewed attention in view of the increase in maritime trade. Uruguay wishes to express its appreciation to the outgoing IMO Council, whose technical and professional work has been essential to the continuity and the strength of this organization. Its work has demonstrated that multilateralism works when it is based on professionalism, on dialogue, and on cooperation. We also extend our thanks to all the delegations here today for their willingness to work together in a spirit of consensus. And we encourage you all to continue on this path. The international maritime community faces common challenges that require collective solutions. Uruguay reiterates its commitment to cooperation, to constructive political dialogue, and the defence of international law as the basis for the global maritime order. And to conclude, Uruguay comes to this assembly with the conviction that protecting the oceans and ensuring sustainable maritime transport is a shared responsibility and also an ethical imperative of ours towards future generations. Our country will continue to work actively to ensure that the IMO remains a modern, efficient and inclusive organisation, one that is capable of leading the change that the maritime world needs so much. Thank you very much indeed.
Je remercie.
I thank the Ambassador of Uruguay, and I now call upon Mrs. Sabah Zita Benson, High Commissioner and Permanent Representative of Ghana to the IMO.
Madam President of the 34th session of the IMO Assembly, the Secretary General, Excellencies, Ministers, Ambassadors, Heads of Delegations, distinguished guests, and delegates. On behalf of His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, President of the Republic of Ghana, I bring you warmest greetings from the people of Ghana and convey his best wishes to this distinguished assembly. The President extends Ghana's appreciation to the IMO for its leadership in guiding the global maritime community through an era of rapid transformation, uncertainty, and unprecedented opportunity. I congratulate you, Madam President, on your election as the President of this Assembly, as well as the two Vice Presidents. We acknowledge the good work being done by the Secretary General and the rest of the staff of IMO. Madam President, we meet at a time when the global maritime sector is experiencing profound shifts. The acceleration of digitalization, the intensification of climate-related obligations, evolving safety and security demands, disruptions in global supply chains, and the emerging geopolitics of trade, and maritime trade in particular. For developing maritime nations, including Ghana, these developments bring both opportunities and formidable challenges. On the positive side, innovation in green technologies, digital systems, and maritime education is opening new pathways for capacity development, efficiency, and competitiveness. On the other hand, the financial, technical, and regulatory demands associated with decarbonization, safety compliance, cyber readiness, and modern fleets requirements place significant pressure on national administrations with limited resources. Ghana therefore requests for a collective commitment to ensuring that no maritime nation is left behind in the transition toward a safer, greener, and more resilient global shipping system. Excellencies, despite the complexities of our current maritime landscape, Ghana has made notable progress, guided by strong sectorial leadership and firm national commitments. This year, Ghana successfully secured technical assistance under the IMO Green Voyage 2050 program for the development of a comprehensive national plan on green shipping. The milestone positions Ghana among a select group of states preparing structured and forward-looking plans to guide decarbonization, technology uptake, and regulatory transformation. Ghana has also demonstrated its unwavering dedication to maritime safety and seafarer standards by completing the deposition of the instrument of accession to the Cape Town Agreement. This sends a clear signal of the country's commitment to improving safety standards in the fishing sector and supporting global efforts to bring the agreement into force. I'm also glad to inform that Ghana will soon roll out a new vessel traffic management information system with over-the-horizon capability that will enable the country to extend its safety and security stewardship and oversight larger across areas of the Gulf of Guinea. This will be done alongside the establishment of a maritime fusion center where critical maritime safety security stakeholders will be able to make rapid analysis, decisions, and responses in support of maritime governance. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, Ghana, through the Ghana Maritime Authority and related agencies, is adopting a forward-looking maritime sector development approach that anticipates future industry trends and positions the country for long-term competitiveness. This forward-looking approach aligns directly with the IMO's next theme, from policy to practice, by translating regulatory commitments into real operational improvements. Through this approach, Ghana aims to strengthen compliance, improve sector performance, and drive sustainable maritime growth. This year, Ghana was adjudged the best state with highest quality ship inspections in the Abuja MOU region, covering the West and Central Africa. While we take this as a source of pride, we also view it as a responsibility on us to continue to uphold Ghana's quality contribution towards the motto of the organization, safe, secure, and efficient shipping on clean oceans. Madam President, Ghana remains fully committed to the spirit of multilateral cooperation that defines this organization. We believe the future of global shipping depends on shared responsibility, inclusive innovation, and sustained support to developing maritime nations. In this regard, Ghana has formally requested further assistance under the Integrated Technical Cooperation Program, ITCP, and we respectfully encourage the IMO to continue to provide the necessary technical support to strengthen our national capabilities, enhance regulatory implementation, and support our transition toward greener and safer maritime operations. In concluding, on behalf of the government and people of Ghana, I express our gratitude to the IMO community and reaffirm Ghana's dedication to contributing constructively to the work of this assembly. On this note, I once more wish us all fruitful deliberations. Thank you.
Je remercie Madame.
I thank the High Commissioner for Ghana, and I now call upon Mr. Ivan Romero Martinez, Ambassador Extraordinary and Plenipotentiary and Permanent Representative of Honduras to the IMO.
Señora
President, Secretary General, Chair of the Council, Ministers, Vice Ministers, Heads of Delegation, Excellencies, distinguished delegates and observers, ladies and gentlemen. It is an enormous honor for me to be able to address this 34th session of the Assembly, and to do so on behalf of my country, Honduras. Honduras is a country that is fully committed to the principles, the values, and the mission of this organization. Madam President, allow me to say that in my very many years as permanent representative of Honduras, and according to my figures on the history of the IMO and looking at the recent years, we've only actually had 2 women as presidents of the General Assembly. The first was Ambassador Noma Themba Tambo of South Africa. She was elected president for the 31st session, and that was in the year 2019, at which assembly I was one of the vice presidents, and now you, President. And if my figures are right, then your election is not only a recognition of your enormous capabilities, a tribute to your great country, but it is also a tribute to all the women in the world, and all my congratulations to you, Madam. I'd also like to congratulate the Vice Presidents, Dr. Hakim Hajoui, Ambassador of Morocco, and Dr. Irutisham Adam, the High Commissioner of the Maldives. They provide a guarantee of excellent work at this Assembly, and we wish all our colleagues the very, very best. Secretary General, as I always say and as I always repeat, you are doing an excellent job. And through you, the winds of reform and effectiveness are blowing through the organisation. They are a reality, and you will always have the support of Honduras and my personal support. Secretary General, your dreams have come true, and you are now showing us how to make that happen. And my very warmest, deepest congratulations to you, sir. The IMO has consolidated its role as the leading global authority in charge of developing standards which allow for safe, efficient, and environmentally friendly maritime transport. The legal instruments of this organization are essential pillars which save human life at sea, which protect marine ecosystems, and ensure the stability of world trade. Multilingualism, gender equality, and geographic distribution are principles and actions that are fully supported by my country. Secretary General, and to the Secretariat as well, I would like to thank you all for the cooperation that my country, Honduras, has received from the IMO. It has been of enormous value and has led to the adoption of measures linked to the reduction of emissions, to the conservation of ecosystems, and preparedness when facing emerging challenges such as decarbonisation, the digital transformation, and climate resilience. This work carried out together reflects a shared vision of responsibility and sustainability. And when it comes to cooperation, I would like to highlight that at this assembly that all the extraordinary work carried out by the by IMLI, the International Maritime Law Institute, and I would praise the people working there for everything that they have done. And I would also like to thank the Central American Maritime Transport Commission, COCATRAM, for all their work. It is a specialized organization working on maritime development and port development in our region. And here, addressing this assembly, Honduras reiterates its firm commitment to the principles of multilateralism, that underpin this organization. And we would like to state once again our will to carry on working constructively with all member states, with the Council and with the Secretariat in seeking maritime transport that is safer, cleaner and more sustainable. And together, and with cooperation, with a shared vision and with determination, we will continue to build a maritime future that guarantees prosperity, safety and welfare for future and present generations. Many thanks.
Je remercie, Monsieur.
I thank the Ambassador of Honduras, and I now call upon Ms. Masenji Mazuka, High Commissioner for the Republic of Zambia.
Good morning. Secretary General, Chair, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, I bring warm greetings to you from the Republic of Zambia and convey heartfelt congratulations, Madam Chair, President, on your election, in addition to my colleagues, Morocco and Maldives, respectively, on your well-deserved appointments. Zambia addresses this August Assembly fully aware that while our nation is, by geography, without a coastline, it is far from being isolated. Zambia proudly stands as a land-linked country at the heart of the Southern Africa region, strategically connected to multiple trade corridors traversing both the Atlantic and the Indian Oceans coasts. Our participation reflects the vital importance of maritime affairs, not just for coastal, but also for land-linked states. whose economies and aspirations are entwined with international shipping networks, sustainable development, and resilient supply chains. The challenge of being landlocked is matched by a tenacious national commitment. As so often affirmed by the President of the Republic of Zambia, President Hakainde Hichilema, landlocked must not mean land isolated. Instead, Zambia champions transformation into a land-linked engine of growth through innovation, cross-border infrastructure, and regional integration. Our policy is to serve as a conduit for trade, facilitating the movement and storage of goods for ourselves and our neighbors, thereby strengthening regional and global commodity value chains. Zambia is a repository for many of the minerals required for the global energy transition. Our economy is powered by growing partnerships, investment in logistics and transport, and our stewardship of 40% of Southern Africa's fresh water resources. These assets underpin our blue economy ambitions, anchored on sustainable inland waterways, robust climate-resilient infrastructure, and smart shipping practices. As we are all aware, maritime sector serves as a fundamental pillar for international trade, with over 80% of international trade by value being transported by water. We therefore urge partners to support innovative financing, knowledge and technology transfer, trade facilitation, safe and security of shipping and regional climate action, so that all countries, coastal and land-linked, contribute to a cleaner, more equitable maritime sector. Zambia values its membership in the IMO and calls for ongoing cooperation amongst nations, transit states, and global partners. Let us redouble our efforts to implement international instruments, including UNCLOS and the Biodiversity Beyond National Jurisdiction Treaty, MARPOL Convention, so that the oceans and interconnected waterways serve as domains of peace, prosperity, and shared benefit for present and future generations. As the head of Zambia's delegation, I reaffirm our commitment to advancing the IMO's mandate and contributing ideas, expertise, and the perspective of land-linked countries to the collective governance of our shared maritime future. I thank you for your time and attention.
Je remercie Madame la Haute Commissaire de...
I thank the High Commissioner for Zambia and congratulate her on keeping to the time. And I now call upon Mr. Nimal Senadhira, the High Commissioner of Sri Lanka.
Excellencies, distinguished delegates, good morning to you. It's an honor to address this 34th regular session of the IMO Assembly on behalf of the Government of Sri Lanka. At the outset, allow me to appreciate the organization for its continued leadership in advancing a safe, secure, and sustainable global maritime industry, and for its vital initiatives to protect the marine environment. Sri Lanka continues to place maritime affairs as a priority under the new administration. Our geographic proximity to a major sea route makes Sri Lanka a maritime hotspot in the Indian Ocean. We remain committed to strengthening this role in global trade and connectivity, while ensuring that our development is balanced with environmental stewardship and resilience in the face of climate change. One of the key sectors that the government is planning to develop is the blue economy sector. To this end, we have deepened its efforts to harness the potential of the blue economy. Through initiatives such as the Voyage Sri Lanka 2025 conference held in Colombo this October, we have brought together global experts and industry leaders to chart a path for maritime innovation and growth. Our national priorities include expanding vessel manufacturing and offshore services, promoting marine tourism and energy exploration. Also, investing in human capital development and technological innovation are among the key priorities of the government to ensure that our workforce is equipped for future challenges. Sri Lanka aligns with the IMO's vision of reducing greenhouse gas emissions from international shipping. We look forward to developing infrastructure for green fuels and technologies and collaborating with the partners to ensure that transition to net zero is just, inclusive, and equitable, particularly for climate vulnerable nations such as ours. Like many countries in the global south, Sri Lanka faces significant challenges in adapting to technological transitions. These challenges include limited access to finance and technology for green and autonomous shipping, the need for capacity building and training to equip our seafarers and maritime professionals with future-ready skills. The growing impacts of rising sea levels and extreme weather events that threaten our coastal communities are also of significant concern. We therefore call for a strengthened and more comprehensive technical cooperation regime within the IMO. Such a regime should provide targeted support to countries, facilitate knowledge sharing and regional partnerships, and mobilize resources and expertise to address the unique needs of the global south. Without enhanced cooperation, the global maritime transition risks leaving behind those who lack the means to adapt. Sri Lanka also underscores the importance of equitable representation of all geographical regions within the IMO Council and its decision-making structures. True inclusivity ensures that maritime governance reflects the diversity of member states and enables vulnerable nations, including middle-income countries, to contribute meaningfully to shaping the future of international shipping. While we welcome discussions on the expansion of Council representation, it remains a concern that the South Asian region, with 26% of the global population, continues to be among the least represented in this forum. In order to achieve collective goals of the organization, we appeal to all member states to work collaboratively and to remain mindful of the pressing challenges faced by many global South countries, including food security and the need for uninterrupted supply of essential goods and energy via sea routes. Madam President, Excellencies, Sri Lanka reaffirms its commitment to the mission and ideals of the IMO. We stand ready to collaborate with all member states to advance safe, secure, and sustainable maritime practices. Thank you.
Je remercie Monsieur.
I thank the High Commissioner and Permanent Representative of Sri Lanka, and I now call upon Dr. Rajaswal Jeta, High Commissioner and Permanent Representative of Mauritius to the IMO.
Madame la Présidente, Secretary General, Excellencies, distinguished Permanent Representative and delegates, ladies and gentlemen, bonjour tout le monde. Allow me to commend the excellent efforts deployed by the Council, the Assembly, and membership in their collective efforts to improve the lives of seafarers, the regulatory framework governing the maritime sector, as well as serious efforts towards decarbonization. I wish you, Madam President, and your two deputies our best wishes for fruitful and meaningful collaboration. This year, as in previous years, the maritime sector continued to grapple with geopolitical and maritime security challenges. And I wish to commend the exceptional efforts of our Secretary General and his team at the IMO Secretariat in promoting a safe, secure, efficient, and sustainable shipping in the face of limited resources. The challenges I have mentioned have significant impacts for developing countries, in particular the SIDS, which are net food importing countries. We rely heavily on port activities for their imports and exports and are impacted directly by the slightest factors affecting freight charges. Madame la Présidente, to this end, it is crucial that the IMO continues its engagement with the SIDS to enable them to take holistic, comprehensive, and affordable measures to address their maritime and shipping sector challenges. Mauritius has been collaborating with the IMO on several initiatives, including, as you well may be aware, the Djibouti Code of Conduct and the Jeddah Agreement, and we're pleased that the Secretary General delegated the head of technical cooperation and the major projects sector to participate in this meeting, which was hosted 2 weeks ago. We are also collaborating on the enhanced maritime security governance, oil spill preparedness and response and decarbonization. We are currently engaged in the CARES project aimed at reducing GHG emissions in the shipping and port sector. Madam President, we are aiming at an overhaul of the legislative framework in the maritime sector in Mauritius, with a view to have merchant shipping, safety and security, protection of the marine environment in respect to our commitments to promoting the blue economy. Mr. Secretary General, you would recall that I had the pleasure of meeting you and we discussed the ambition of Mauritius in this regard. Finally, a few words on the impact of climate change on all of us globally. We in Mauritius are heavily reliant on tourism, agriculture, and changing climate patterns have massive impacts as evidenced by intense cyclonic patterns, flash rains, changes in precipitation patterns, sea level rises, and degradation to the coastal and marine environment. Our priorities as a small island development state remain both mitigation and critical adaptation and resilience building. We support efforts for the implementation of the Net Zero framework on the basis of a consensus approach, Mr. Secretary General. The need for our capacity building and resources to those who are most in need to adopt a proper timetable for effective implementation, with the ultimate objective that remains a sustainable green maritime future for all of us. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Je remercie.
I thank the High Commissioner for Mauritius, and I now call upon Mr. Sung Ko Han, Chargé d'Affaires ad interim of the Embassy of the Republic of Korea.
Madam President, Secretary General, Excellency, and distinguished delegates. It is my great honor to address this assembly on behalf of the Government of the Republic of Korea. First, I would like to congratulate Her Excellency, Madame Marine de Garnay, Permanent Representative of France, on her election as President of this Assembly, and commend Secretary General Arsenio Dominguez for his unwavering dedication and efforts in leading the work of this organization. Under the leadership of the President, I'm confident that this Assembly will deliver meaningful and practical outcomes. Madam President and distinguished delegates, since the adoption of its first convention in 1948, IMO has led constructive discussion and worked tirelessly to enhance safety at sea and to protect the marine environment. In the past, the organization has focused its efforts on physical aspects such as ship safety, the prevention of marine pollution, and the fight against piracy. Today, however, IMO is confronted with the far more complex and cross-cutting challenges. These range from the worsening climate crisis, digital innovation driven by AI, and big data to welfare of seafarers and geographical tensions, including the situation in the Red Sea. These issues are of common concern to the international community. No single country's technological capacity can address these challenges alone. Cooperation and coordination are therefore indispensable. Madam President and distinguished delegates, the IMO has always stood alongside us throughout the history of Korea's shipping and shipbuilding industries. The Republic of Korea has established maritime legislation and system in line with key IMO conventions such as SOLAS and MARPOL. We have also driven the growth of these industries by drawing on new technology and expertise shared through our cooperation with the IMO. With this solid track record, the Republic of Korea is now putting the value of safe and clean ocean into the concrete action. We have actively shared research outcomes and innovative ideas while presenting forward-looking solutions to urgent challenges such as decarbonization and digitalization. In doing so, the Republic of Korea has faithfully contributed as a rule setter within the IMO framework. Our efforts also extend to the shared prosperity of the international community. In close partnership with the IMO, we have promoted key projects such as capacity building for the implementation of IMO instrument, the training and development of seafarers, and empowerment of women in maritime through the ITCP, VTTF, and Smart Sea Fund. Looking ahead, the Republic of Korea will spare no efforts in sharing our expertise and wisdom so that all member states can advance together. By successfully hosting the World Maritime Day parallel event in 2026 and the UN Ocean Conference in 2028, we will provide platform for practical solidarity where the international community can come together to shape a shared future for our oceans and for humanity. Honorable Madam President and distinguished delegates, a safe and clean ocean is a core value that the Republic of Korea has pursued throughout its history as a peninsular country. As the world's fourth largest shipping nation by fleet capacity, as the second largest shipbuilder by new orders, and as a major supplier of seafarers with around 1,300 trained each year, and as an IMO Council member under Category I, the Republic of Korea will do its utmost to uphold its mission and responsibility in pursuit of our ultimate goals. Our vision as a Category A Council member will be further highlighted at the reception for our candidacy on Thursday evening, which will be hosted by our Minister of Oceans and Fisheries. Just as K-culture bringing people together around the world, the Republic of Korea will stand at the heart of global cooperation and solidarity, charting a course towards shared growth for all. Thank you.
Je remercie Monsieur le chargé d'affaires par intérim.
Thank you very much for the Chargé d'Affaires ad interim of the Embassy of Republic of Korea. And I now call on Mr. Tonjorina Ramarolahi, Chargé d'Affaires ad interim for Madagascar. Floor is yours.
La Présidente, Monsieur
Madam President, Secretary General, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it is with both humility and pride that I speak on behalf of the Republic of Madagascar. We extend our congratulations to the President and the two Vice Presidents on their elections, and our gratitude to the Secretary General for his leadership as he continues to guide our organization with wisdom and inclusiveness. Faithful to the commitments previously expressed before this Assembly, Madagascar returns today with the same conviction, but also with progress made, with reforms undertaken, and a deepening vision. Madagascar is not only an island, Madagascar is a maritime nation. With an exclusive economic zone of more than 1.2 square kilometers, 5,500 kilometers of coastline, and ports open to the Indian Ocean, our destiny is maritime. And with that destiny comes both responsibility and the need for maturity. And this is why Madagascar has hosted and continues to operate and improve the Maritime Information Fusion Center, a beacon against piracy, a shield against illicit trafficking, and a contribution to collective security. Security for us, for you, and for all. This contribution fits within the framework of the Djibouti Code of Conduct and its Jeddah Amendment, in which Madagascar remains a committed participant. Through this mechanism, we strengthen regional cooperation and collective security in the Indian Ocean. But security alone is not enough. We need governance as well. Madagascar is continuing to implement the recommendations of our 2010 IMSAS audit and is actively preparing for the next audit in 2027. Every reform is a step forward. Every step forward is a promise kept to this organization, because IMO instruments are not just texts. They are our compass, our roadmap, our guide. And governance, in turn, calls for sustainability. Madagascar believes in clean, safe, and sustainable marine transport. We support the greenhouse gas reduction strategy and the adoption of the net zero framework. But the transition must be equitable, shared, and just. For small island developing states, the cost of decarbonization must not become the cost of exclusion. Our unique biodiversity reminds us that protecting the ocean is protecting humanity. And this ambition cannot be achieved without strong technical assistance. Madagascar is committed to transforming the technical cooperation it receives into concrete and measurable reforms. Our priorities include strengthening our search and rescue system, improving port state control, modernizing ports with low-emission terminals and pilot renewable energy projects, and ensuring continuous training for our seafarers and inspectors in collaboration with the World Maritime University and the International Maritime Law Institute. Each of these priorities is not only for Madagascar, each is for the collective good. These reforms are accompanied by increased openness. Madagascar supports multilingualism as a guarantee of inclusiveness. We value partnerships with the United Nations, regional organizations and NGOs. We commend the IMO's International Days, which remind us that the sea does not belong to one nation, but to all nations. Madam President, Excellencies, Madagascar is ready to reform, ready to cooperate, and ready to assume its responsibilities. We believe that the sea is not a boundary, but a bridge. We believe that the IMO is not just an institution, but the vessel that we share. And we believe that if we sail together, our route will be safe, our horizon sustainable, and our journey just. Madagascar moves forward with you, Madagascar sails with you, and Madagascar believes with you. Together, we are the mariners of the one vessel, and the ocean is our shared horizon. Thank you for your kind attention.
Je remercie Monsieur le chargé.
Thank you very much to the Chargé d'Affaires of Madagascar. And I now call on Mr. Bipin Douadi, Chargé d'Affaires, ad interim and alternate permanent representative of Nepal to the IMO. The floor is yours.
Madam President, Secretary General, Honorable Ministers, Excellencies, distinguished delegates. At the outset, let me congratulate you, Madam President, on your election as the President of this Assembly. I assure you of my delegation's full support in discharging your responsibility. I would also like to congratulate the Vice Presidents and Committee Chairs for their respective elections. I also take this opportunity to express my sincere appreciation to the Secretary General and his team for their unwavering dedication in restoring the organization and advancing its mandate during these challenging times. Madam President, this Assembly is being convened at a defining moment. Our planet, mountains, oceans, and humanity are imperiled by our cumulative weight of inaction or failure to take stewardship entrusted to us. International trade and maritime transport are lifelines of all countries, including the least developed countries, LDCs, and landlocked developing countries like Nepal. This is directly related to promoting economic growth and development, reducing poverty, enhancing competitiveness, and meeting the targets of SDGs. Even a landlocked country like Nepal has almost 70 to 80% of its trade carried through seaborne transportation through the transit countries. For us, maritime safety, security, stability, and sustainability are not only abstract ideals, they are important determinants of our economic growth and sustainable development. Madam President, Nepal is committed to fulfilling its obligations under IMO conventions. We are progressing towards ratification of key instruments, including the MLC 206, ILO 185, and STCW. As Nepal prepares for graduation from LDC status by 2026, a smooth, sustainable, and irreversible transition hinges on resilient maritime connectivity. We therefore seek support from the IMO to strengthen our maritime governance, align domestic laws, and enhance audit and reporting mechanisms. Nepal also seeks support from IMO in our endeavors to achieving 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, including through capacity development and expansion of the overarching technical cooperation program through IMO Trust Fund and e-learning activities tailored to the needs of LLDCs and LDCs. On the climate change front, despite challenges, Nepal has pledged to the Paris Agreement and to our national goal to reach net zero emissions by 2045 ahead of the global timeline. Nepal is committed to the promotion of climate-resilient development and aims to move towards a zero-carbon economy. The full implementation of the STCW Convention is essential to ensure the welfare and training of seafarers, including those from vulnerable nations. We need a concerted and timely execution of IMO's historic and ambitious 2023 milestones of reaching net zero GHG emissions by around 2050. Besides, the IMO needs to focus further on the dynamics of advancing technology, the maritime environment, climate change, and global supply chains. The 33rd session of the IMO General Assembly provided us with a strategic plan for the 6 years starting from 2024. Now, we must earnestly work in line with these strategic directions. As we navigate a complex transition, let us ensure that our collaboration remains purposeful and our resolve remains unwavering to chart the course forward, keeping people at the center. It is possible only if we emphasize delivery rather than rely on deliberations. I wish the Assembly a great success. I thank you.
Je remercie Monsieur le
I thank the Chargé d'Affaires ad interim of Nepal, and I now call on Mr. Kim Song-ji, Chargé d'Affaires ad interim of the Embassy of the Democratic People's Republic of Korea. The floor is yours.
Madam President, Secretary General, distinguished delegates. At the outset, I'd like to extend warm congratulations to Your Excellency Marin Dukhani on your election to the presidency of the 31st session of the Assembly of IMO, and to express the hope that this session will go smoothly under Your Excellency presidency. Madam President, the delegation of the DPR Korea appreciates IMO's pioneer performance of its mission to ensure safe, secure, clean, efficient, and sustainable shipping. Thanks to its efforts, in particular, the global maritime safety standards enjoy the desirable update with the new technologies, digitization, and automation introduced into designing, construction, and operation of ships, and considerable strides were made in development of a goal-based mass code, while the electronic exchange of information of ships in ports worldwide were made mandatory in 2024, all of which constitute epoch-making progress in commemorating the 50th anniversary of SOLAS 1974. This year witnessed another effort in development in the net zero framework for the implementation of the 2023 IMO strategy on the reduction of GHG emissions from ships to conform to its World Maritime Day theme, our ocean, our obligation, our opportunity. Being certain that the environment-friendly net zero framework will be established sooner or later to accommodate end state, we emphasize the adherence to the principles of equal sovereignty, reciprocity, non-politicalization, non-discrimination, and common but differentiated responsibilities in the adoption of such framework. In spite of a bit complicated and knotty problems cropping up to be tackled in environmental protection areas, IMO will soon witness successful completion of the first cycle of IMSAS and face the transitional period required for development of the IMSAS continuous monitoring mechanism for the second cycle. We do and shall support this new mechanism focusing on consistent improvement rather than seeking perfection. Today, the fifth generation mobile communication, artificial intelligence, autonomy, robotics, and other ultra-modern technologies are being introduced into the whole shipping. In this context, the IMO is now pretty much occupied with heated topics in its meetings such as use of autonomous ships, realization of e-navigation, and etc. All this encourage innovation and progress of the maritime, adding desirable liveliness to IMO's work. We shall support IMO's efforts to keep up with the times by making tangible and positive contribution to its activities, which are taking on continuous modernization and variety. Madam President, under the wise leadership of Kim Jong-un, President of the State Affairs Commission of the DPR Korea, the government of the DPR Korea is striving now to open up the period of washing upswing for the overall national prosperity by dint of the self-reliance doctrine in spite of serious challenges and adverse circumstances. It carries on appropriate actions to ensure maritime safety and marine environmental protection under the 5-year strategic plans for the national maritime development. The DPR Korea, in particular, underwent the on-site component of the IMSAS audit not long ago by working closely with IMO. We shall complete the implementation of the existing 5-year strategic plans this year and have to start new strategic plans next year. We shall enjoy the new golden age of maritime development in the DPR Korea soon, based on the achievements already made, breaking through the manifold ordeals and obstacles by dint of the Korea-specific single-hearted unity under the accurate political leadership of the state. Madam President, although not only the DPR Korea, but also the other member states of IMO are channeling tireless efforts into and paying great attention to enhancement of maritime safety and protection of marine environment, some irregular and undesirable acts are so witness to discourage such efforts and attention. Our delegation considers it strongly regrettable to see some individual states impose arbitrary sanctions on ships flying flags of other sovereign states under the unreasonable pretext, and some individual entities abuse their monopolistic systems and services for their own political purposes, as these acts go against the international practice. In particular, Inmarsat authorized by IMO to provide maritime satellite communication services cut off such services for ships which are entitled to fly the flags of some states, including the DPR Korea, and as a result, it is now impossible for these states to ensure the safe navigation of the ships concerned and safety of seafarers on board the ships. IMO is encouraged to allow no longer such situation which compromises IMO's leading role for the global maritime development on the principle of equality and reciprocity and member states' desire for sustainable progress of the maritime. The DPR Korea will continue to foster the cooperative relations with all IMO member states and actively engage in the international effort for maritime safety and marine environmental protection pursuant to its constant foreign policy ideals of independence, peace, and friendship. Thank you.
Thank you very much, the Chargé d'Affaires ad interim of the DPRK. I now call on Mr. Hattab Hadawi, Chargé d'Affaires ad interim of the Embassy of Tunisia.
Madam President, Excellency the Director General, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, may the peace of God be with you all. Allow me at the outset to convey to you the greetings of the Republic of Tunisia and its appreciation for all the work undertaken by IMO in the governance of the world maritime sector, in the regulation of navigation, and in ensuring a sustainable world global shipping. Today is an occasion to enshrine cooperation in an ongoing changing sector. The current challenges are compounded, and our responsibility is even more to ensure a transition to a green sector, more efficient and more innovative Madam President, Your Excellencies, Tunisia, due to its strategic position in the Mediterranean, has always been a space for history where civilizations meet. Today, my country takes advantage of this position to enhance the local, regional, and international supply chains. Due to our location, we have adopted a comprehensive strategy to upgrade and develop our maritime sector to be anchored in safety, security, and innovation. In line with this vision, my country has undertaken deep reforms in recent years to improve the system and to enhance the regulation and to join conventions such as SOLAS, MARPOL, and other instruments. These reforms were not only legal amendment or development, but this reflected our will for better regulation and better coordination. Ladies and gentlemen, in line with these legislative reforms, we have embarked on developing a very modern infrastructure based on smart techniques and smart ports. The Tunisian ports have witnessed the introduction of modern systems and the ability to track immediate tracking of ships, and we have become a logistical center in the Mediterranean, capable of offering very effective and good practices and services. To adapt to climate change, this is a major challenge by all of us, and we have accorded this area high priority by responding to pollution and to prompt action to address oil spills and to transition to a circular economy to protect the marine resources. We fully support all projects and programs to reduce GHG emissions consistent with the organization's GHG reduction strategy. Maritime security is not solely to monitor the movement of ships. It's to address cyber security, cyber attacks, illicit movements, in addition to many other problems. We have exerted all efforts to enhance our efforts to address all these challenges through adopting new activities and in collaboration and coordination with all countries for a very immediate, effective response to all forms of crimes. We also continue to develop the human personnel, the seafarers. This is the main asset for the marine sector. We aim to improve the marine education, to work with the academies and the academia to form our seafarers to be more effective in a very complex modern world. Ladies and gentlemen, despite what we all face at the level of the global economy, we in Tunisia continue to develop our national economy and the maritime sector. This is a pillar of our economy, and we believe that the space is not just an economic space. The sea is not just an economic space. It's a shared space that we have to govern and manage together. As such, we call for further collective action and more exchange of experiences and further support to the developing countries. Together, we will be able to address the new challenges. We express our steadfast commitment to support IMO and all the member states for better seas, cleaner seas, for green economy and blue seas. We will continue to contribute with all that we can for a better future for future generations that will benefit from better seas and better environment. Thank you.
Je remercie Monsieur le chargé.
Thank you very much to the Chargé d'Affaires of Tunisia. Let me call now on Mr. Ramon Franco, Director General of the Merchant Marine of Panama. And the President asked the interpreters for another couple of minutes. That is, of course, okay. Floor is yours, sir. Excellency, Mr. Arsenio Dominguez, Secretary General of the International Maritime Organization, Excellencies, Ministers, distinguished delegates, and friends of the maritime sector. It is an honor on behalf of the Republic of Panama to address this 34th Assembly of the International Maritime Organization. Panama is, by nature and conviction, a maritime nation. Our history and our development are very closely linked to the sea, to navigation, and to the trade that connects continents. From the heart of the isthmus where the oceans meet, Panama has become a bridge to the world and an example of cooperation in the service of the international maritime community. Today, we also celebrate the great achievements of the International Maritime Organization, an institution that has guided the transformation of the sector wisely, not only as a technical body, but also as a pillar of global maritime governance, providing a space where multilateral cooperation translates into concrete results that strengthen the global maritime industry. Panama, as the world's largest maritime registry, humbly but firmly accepts the responsibility that this entails. And this leading position does not mean that we have all the answers, but it does commit us to being a point of convergence between the commercial interests and navigation safety, promoting a strategic balance that allows us to define a sustainable course for the sector. Today, the Panama Canal represents a green route that contributes significantly to reducing emissions from the maritime sector, shortening distances, and decreasing the carbon footprint of international trade. And similarly, Panama is now a carbon negative country. And we reaffirm our commitment to climate action and the Sustainable Development Goals. Our modernized and constantly growing ports serve as key logistics hubs for global trade, operating under international standards of safety, digitalization, and sustainability. And with this vision and with its historical responsibility, Panama is presenting its candidacy for re-election to Category A of the IMO Council. We are convinced that we can continue to contribute balance and technical know-how to the various governing bodies of this organization, enabling us to achieve each of the objectives that we set ourselves for the well-being and welfare of our oceans. Our priorities as a nation are fully aligned with the strategic plan of the International Maritime Organization. We aim to consolidate a maritime sector guided by compliance with the organization's conventions, transparency, innovation, responsible sustainability, and human development, with special attention to the training, welfare, and protection of the working conditions of our seafarers, who are, after all, the backbone of global logistics chains. Panama also prides itself on ensuring gender equality in the maritime sector, promoting the active participation of women at all levels, from maritime classrooms to bridge command, convinced that an inclusive sector is a stronger sector. Currently, our country leads the High Ambition Coalition for a Quiet Ocean, an initiative that seeks to mitigate the impact of underwater noise on marine biodiversity. And this is an effort that reflects the vision of a country that understands that a healthy ocean is a productive ocean, and that a productive ocean is an ocean at peace. And we extend an open invitation to member states this week who may be interested in joining this initiative to continue promoting policies that protect marine biodiversity. Panama would like to reaffirm its strong support for the IMO's strategic plan and objectives. We believe that it is only through international cooperation and the effective implementation of conventions that we will be able to carry out the policies and transform our policies into practice, transforming rules into progress and commitments into tangible results. In this regard, we congratulate and recognise the work of the IMO, and especially the work carried out by our Secretary General Arsenio Dominguez, a proud Panamanian who has guided global efforts with vision and determination. The future is in our hands. May the decisions we make be firm ones, wise and supportive of all. Let us continue to build together a more resilient, more responsible and more humane maritime sector where the seas continue to be a source of life, of development and of hope for all humanity. And having said that, we wish the greatest success to this 34th Assembly. Thank you very much.
Je remercie Monsieur le Directeur Général.
I thank the Director General of the Merchant Marine of Panama, and I know that the Egyptian delegation are going to make an announcement, and if they don't need to, then see you on the first floor for the coffee break.
Madam President, Mr. Secretary General, ladies and gentlemen, the delegation of Egypt is honored to invite you to coffee in the Delegates Lounge, and we would like also to invite you to breakfast, the Oriental Eastern breakfast tomorrow. So we would like to see all of you there.
please take your seats. Regagnez vos places, s'il vous plaît. Et à présent,
And now,
Madame la Présidente, Secretary General, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, bom dia. Brazil remains deeply committed to the work of the IMO and to the shared goals that unite the maritime community. Brazil takes pride in its vast territory and extensive coastline, home to a rich and vibrant maritime zone known as Blue Amazon, a source of life, resource, and opportunity that anchors our role as a maritime nation. This wealth of biodiversity is both a national treasure and a responsibility. The balanced use of this space makes the blue economy a significant pillar of national development. Over 95% of our trade flows by sea, connecting us to global markets and supporting our status as one of the main exporters of food, energy, and minerals. Economic development, however, must go hand in hand with environmental responsibility. Brazil's commitment to its principle is grounded in reality. We have one of the cleanest electricity matrices in the world. Likewise, our expertise in the development and use of biofuels demonstrates that economic growth and climate action can advance together. Our production is founded on strong pillars of sustainability and strict environmental safeguards that minimize impacts on natural ecosystems while trying to protect food production. These facts are more than just words. They reflect a national ethos of stewardship with global relevance. Brazil also supports an open dialogue on new energy sources and technologies that can drive a balanced and inclusive decarbonization of the maritime sector. Furthermore, our commitment to environmental protection and to maritime safety and security is essential to ensuring that the ocean remains a vital source of biodiversity and opportunity, as well as an indispensable pathway to global communication and trade for future generations. In this context, we maintain that coastal states can be better fulfill their responsibilities when equipped with stronger capacities to sustain a high level of maritime situation awareness. Constructive dialogues guided by the spirit of multilateralism and focus on building common ground have been at the heart of Brazil's active and consistent engagement in the organization decision-making forums. In the same spirit, Brazil emphasized the central role of the human element whose potential must be nurtured through knowledge and international cooperation. Just as vital, we champion gender equality and equity in the sector, recognizing diversity as a key driver of innovation. Finally, as we look ahead, through collaborative participation, building bridge to address emerging challenge, Brazil reaffirms its commitment to upholding the principles and goals of the IMO. In this sense, we call upon all member states to support IMO global efforts toward a safer, cleaner, and more secure and inclusive future for all. Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Muito obrigada.
Thank you very much. I thank the permanent representative of Brazil, and I now call upon Ms. Kirsty Hewlett, Chief Executive and Director of Maritime New Zealand.
President, Secretary-General, Ministers, Excellencies, permanent representatives to the IMO, distinguished delegates and observers. It is my great honour to address the 34th session of the Assembly of the International Maritime Organisation. New Zealand commends the IMO for its continued leadership as the global regulator of shipping and for its invaluable work to promote the highest standards of maritime safety, security and environmental protection. The IMO is ultimately a reflection of our collective maritime ambition. This requires us to work together on those issues we face today and will face in the future. For us and our region, the work of the IMO is of crucial importance. New Zealand is a trading island nation reliant on shipping to reach our export markets and distant from major global shipping routes. Like all of our Pacific Island neighbours, the continued ability to access sustainable and resilient maritime supply chains is crucial to the well-being of our nation. The IMO provides a pathway to develop collaborative approaches for the benefit of all members through common global standards. It is important that the IMO continues to intensify efforts to support small developing states and least developed countries to ensure they are able to participate in this process. In this regard, New Zealand welcomes the establishment of a regional presence office in Suva, Fiji, by the Secretary-General during his mission in August. We acknowledge the Secretariat, the Government of Fiji, the Pacific community and other regional partners for their work in helping to establish this office. The Regional Presence Office will support greater coordination and greatly enhance the delivery of region and country-specific technical cooperation. New Zealand remains committed to working alongside the Regional Presence Office and Pacific Maritime Administrations to strengthen regulatory frameworks and help reduce the risks posed by substandard shipping and unsafe boating across the Blue Pacific continent. Through our Pacific Maritime Safety Program, we deliver in-person technical cooperation and support a suite of maritime initiatives across 6 Pacific Island countries. The program actively collaborates with participating Pacific Island countries through the co-design of country-specific initiatives to address priorities identified by the partner country. Based on our experience, we regard this model of cooperation through partnering as the most effective in creating meaningful and enduring change. As we chart our collective maritime ambition for the years ahead, we must consider the opportunities where the IMO can continue to make significant progress. Through the review of STCW, we have an opportunity to refine a key instrument to support a skilled, productive workforce for our respective maritime sectors, while also creating clear pathways for career development and progression for seafarers globally. Ensuring that safety standards enable innovation while maintaining appropriate safeguards for both the environment and seafarers is another critical area for progress. A collective approach to understanding and improving safe operations is more essential than ever, particularly as we grapple with the emerging issues of novel technology. Re-evaluating the ISM code as the cornerstone of maritime safety is especially timely, and we must strive for outcomes that help future-proof our sector. Environmental safety will continue to be a central focus of this. Finally, digitisation will continue to present a range of opportunities. As part of the broader S100 work, in New Zealand, we're investing in digitisation to upgrade our systems to produce and distribute new digital hydrographic products and enhance our systems to deliver digital navigational warnings across our 50 million square kilometre area of responsibility. We look forward to working with all members to find solutions to ensure that small island developing states and least developed countries are not left behind in the digital transformation of global shipping. As we look ahead to the significant transformations shaping the future of shipping, this organisation has a range of opportunities towards achieving a safer, cleaner and more secure global maritime industry. What does remain constant, however, is that shared ambition and commitment of all our members will underpin the ongoing success of the organisation. New Zealand has a long history of commitment to the IMO and the values it upholds. We look forward to ongoing collaboration and the development of innovative solutions to face the challenges that lie ahead to deliver safe, secure and efficient shipping while continuing to protect the marine environment. We thank the Secretary-General for his leadership in navigating these challenges. Thank you, President.
Je remercie.
I thank the Chief Executive and Director from New Zealand, and I now call upon Mr. Agesilaos Anastasakos, Acting Permanent Representative of Guinea-Bissau to IMO and General Ships Registrar, Guinea-Bissau, International Ships Registry.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Madam President, Mr. Secretary-General, Excellencies, distinguished delegates. On behalf of the Government of Guinea-Bissau, and in particular the Ministry of Transport, it is an honor to address the 34th regular session of the Assembly. At the outset, allow me to join others and extend our warmest congratulations to the newly elected President and Vice President of the Assembly, as well as the chairpersons of both Committee 1 and 2. Guinea-Bissau is confident that their stewardship will guide our deliberations with wisdom, inclusiveness, and clarity of purpose. Distinguished delegates, Guinea-Bissau would like to commend the Secretary-General, Mr. Dominguez, for his skilled and forward-looking leadership, especially navigating the organization through complex and sensitive maritime policy areas, including the strategic plan of the organization up to the year 2029, the air emissions and decarbonization agenda, and of course the expansion of the Integrated Technical Cooperation Program and the continuous implementation of IMO Ambitious Work Program. We extend our appreciation to the entire IMO senior management and staff at both managerial and technical levels for the exceptional professionalism demonstrated in delivering the organization's objectives and supporting member states. Madam President, this Assembly meets at a defining moment for the international maritime sector. Guinea-Bissau welcomes the extensive agenda before us and looks forward to the adoption of key resolutions like the Integrated IMO Identification Number Scheme and several other normative documents. We also take special note of the decision adopted by the recent session of the Council for the IMO cooperation with the West African Economic and Monetary Union. Distinguished delegates, Guinea-Bissau, as a coastal LDC state in the West Africa region, attaches high importance to the IMO's capacity building activities. We commend the expansion and strengthened delivery of the ITCP, including the IMO Capacity Development Strategy, under the coordination of the Technical Cooperation and Implementation Division of IMO. This expanded program has created more inclusive pathways for developing countries, enabling them to meet international obligations and strengthen maritime governance. We express our sincere appreciation for this policy approach. We also reaffirm our commitment to the IMO member state audit scheme and recognize its role in supporting continuous improvement of national maritime administration. Madam President, over the past biennium and since the last session of the Assembly, the Republic of Guinea-Bissau has taken significant steps to strengthen its maritime administration and expand its contribution to the global maritime community. The establishment and rapid development of the Guinea-Bissau International Ships Registry stands as a tangible expression of the country's commitment to the maritime sector. In this respect, we wish to briefly highlight the following achievements. First, the recent ratification and implementation of major IMO instruments. Second, the ratification of the ILO MLC Convention in June 2024. Third, the establishment of the permanent mission of Guinea-Bissau to the IMO in January 2025. And fourth, a significant expansion of the Guinea-Bissau International Registry fleet, including a diversified fleet structure and strengthened presence with major port state control memoranda of understanding. These accomplishments reflect not only administrative progress, but also Guinea-Bissau's strategic ambition to integrate more deeply into the blue economy, recognizing the maritime sector as a fundamental driver of sustainable economic growth, investment, and employment. Madam President, Guinea-Bissau reaffirms its full commitment to the principles and purposes of IMO. We thank the Secretary General, the Secretariat, and all member states for their continued support, cooperation, and partnership. We wish all distinguished delegations a productive and successful Assembly meeting. Thank you, Madam President.
I thank the representative, the permanent representative of Guinea-Bissau. And I now call upon Mr. Becaye Diop, Director General of the National Maritime Affairs Agency of Senegal.
Madame la Présidente.
Madam President of the Assembly, Secretary General of the IMO, Excellencies, distinguished representatives of the different states. On behalf of my delegation, I extend our sincere congratulations on your election and reaffirm our unwavering support for the success of the work of this 34th General Assembly of the International Maritime Organization. We also wish to pay tribute to the successive Secretaries General who have led this illustrious organization and who, together with the member states, have helped shape what the IMO has become today, an institution which has worked consistently to ensure the safety and security of maritime transport worldwide. Senegal expresses its profound gratitude. Madam President, my delegation is pleased to participate in this 34th session of the General Assembly. Senegal, an essentially maritime West African state, resolutely oriented towards the sea, possesses a maritime area that is larger than its landmass, 212,000 square kilometers compared with 197,000 square kilometers of land, with a coastline of 718 kilometers. It has 5 maritime borders and 4 inland waterways. Senegal derives considerable benefit from economic activities linked to the marine environment. For instance, Dakar is an important port of call for refueling, ship repairs, transshipments, and transit to the hinterland. In addition, there is the recent discovery of oil and gas, which brings Senegal into the company of oil and gas producing countries. The first gas production began this year on the 9th of February with the launch of LNG production at the Grand Tortue Al Ahem GTA site. And this was followed by the first export in April 2025. Madam President, we are parties to many major events which have taken place this year, including the Nice Conference, which refers to the third United Nations Ocean Conference held in Nice in June, and also the agreement on the conservation and sustainable use of marine biological diversity in areas beyond national jurisdiction, known as the BBNJ Agreement or the High Seas Treaty. And all of this is of great importance in preventing degradation of the marine environment, especially in areas beyond national jurisdiction, the ABNJ areas, improving scientific knowledge and capacity and facilitating access. For this, we advocate the universal ratification of this agreement. There is also the decarbonization of marine transport, one of the major themes of many conferences held this year, including in Dakar in August 2025. This decarbonization, driven by the IMO, aiming for carbon neutrality by 2050, is one which is being supported by many countries. And this is a process which not only be long, but will require much investment, which for many of our undeveloped countries is not currently possible. Senegal calls upon the international community to demonstrate strength and solidarity through concrete financial and technical support, as well as technology transfer, which would enable the goals set by the IMO to be achieved. Madam President, may I conclude by assuring you of the full commitment of the government of Senegal, under the guidance of the President of the Republic, to support any joint initiative undertaken through the IMO or any other organizations in which we participate, in order to equip ourselves with appropriate mechanisms to meet the multiple challenges facing the maritime sector. In this respect, the instructions received from our head of state are very clear. They reflect the importance placed on the governance of the maritime sector. For instance, in recent years, Senegal has launched major projects of significant scale, including the oil and mineral port project in Bargny-Sendou, aimed at creating a deep water port dedicated to mineral, petroleum, and bulk products, and promoting these goods through reduced transport costs. And there's also the project for constructing the multifunctional port of Ndayane, designed to receive next-generation vessels with an 18-meter draft. This future port will help to decongest the port of Dakar by developing our container transport. Madam President, the oceans are our most precious shared heritage. Although the environmental, security, and economic challenges they face are considerable, I am convinced that coordinated and determined action among all states can reverse current trends. We can support each other by creating a lasting energy for humanity. Thank you for your attention.
Je remercie Monsieur le Directeur Général.
I thank the Director General from Senegal, and I now call upon Mr. Beno de Halal, General Director of the Merchant Marine and Ports of Algeria.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim.
In the name of a merciful God, President, Secretary General, Excellencies, Ministers, ladies and gentlemen, heads and members of delegations. At the outset, President, allow me to extend to you my warmest congratulations on your election to preside over the 34th session of this esteemed organization. I wish you every success in the conduct of this work. I would also like to express my sincere gratitude to Mr. Arsenio Dominguez, Secretary General of the organization, for his tireless efforts in enabling the International Maritime Organization to enhance maritime safety and security, protect the marine environment, foster dialogue, and facilitate communication among member states. President, ladies and gentlemen, Algeria has embraced the principles of the International Maritime Organization and since joining has worked to implement the international conventions and instruments to which it has acceded. Algeria believes that strengthening maritime safety and security and protecting the marine environment is a duty incumbent upon all of us and can only be achieved through cooperation and coordination among member states. Algeria's location on the Mediterranean Sea and its coastline extending over 1,600 kilometers represents significant assets for our national economy. Indeed, 95% of Algeria's external trade is conducted by sea, which has further motivated our active participation in the work of this organization and our efforts to implement international conventions and recommendations aimed at facilitating international maritime navigation. In the field of maritime transport, Algeria has established the foundations of a national strategy to strengthen the sector's capabilities. This includes a merchant fleet consisting of vessels of various types, ship repair yards, a higher school for the training of merchant marine officers, as well as maritime authorities and navigational inspection bodies, also maritime labour and port services. President, ladies and gentlemen, Algeria is actively working to prevent the operation of vessels that do not meet internationally recognized standards and supports the compliant and responsible maritime transport. In this context, Algeria fulfills its responsibilities as both a flag state and a port state through the inspection of its vessels and of foreign vessels operating within its jurisdiction. And I would like to reaffirm that Algeria attaches great importance to maritime safety and security, as well as to the protection of the marine environment. Algeria is committed to supporting the safe and sustainable development of maritime transport. Algeria has strengthened its capacities in the SAR field by acquiring modern maritime and aerial assets to ensure high-quality services for ships and individuals exposed to danger at sea. And reflecting the diversity of the international maritime community, Algeria welcomes the IMO's new multilingualism framework. And we think that it is an essential mechanism for meeting the needs of member states. Algeria is committed to integrating the principles of multilingualism into the organization's various functions. In line with the strategic objectives of the organization, Algeria is working to achieve gender equality in the maritime and port sectors, in particular by ensuring the availability of qualified skills. Algeria is also advancing the digitalization of the maritime and port sector through the APCS system to streamline operational services and the ALCES platform to facilitate customs procedures. President, Algeria values the measures adopted by this organization to limit pollution from greenhouse gas emissions from ships. Algeria supports the organization's clear strategic foundations for reducing marine pollution, recognizing the shared responsibility of all parties and the varying capacities of states while ensuring the protection of the marine environment as a core principle based on equity and respect for development needs. To conclude, President, I once again express my sincere thanks and appreciation, and I hope the work of this session will be crowned with success. Thank you very much.
Merci, Monsieur le Directeur Général de la Marine d'Algérie. Et j'invite à présent...
Thank you very much to Algeria, and I now call on Mr. Michel Amafo, Director of Maritime Authority of Suriname.
Good afternoon to all, Secretary General, Excellencies, distinguished delegates. It's an honor to address this assembly on behalf of the Republic of Suriname. As we celebrated 50 years of independence yesterday, we stand proud of our progress and are firmly committed to safeguard our maritime future. Madam President, we thank you also for the best wishes in this regard expressed yesterday. Madam President, we commend the IMO for its leadership in advancing maritime safety, security, environmental protection, and capacity building. These are priorities that directly support Suriname's national development and vision for the next 50 years. Our country is proud to host the Suriname Aids to Navigation Academy. This academy is part of the Worldwide Academy of the International Organization for Marine Aids to Navigation. This academy represents an important cornerstone to regional and international capacity building that strengthens maritime safety and navigational service in line with IMO and IALA standards. We encourage states to make use of this facility. Madame la Présidente, the absence of a coherent maritime strategy was one of the main findings of the IMO member state audit scheme. This finding relates to many developing states. It is therefore that we welcome swift support from the IMO to address this shortcoming. Furthermore, IMSAS also highlighted the need for legislation strengthening interagency coordination and the execution of flag, port, and coastal state responsibilities. We therefore encourage the IMO and other states to provide the necessary technical support to developing countries. Madam President, the final implementation of the maritime single window by the end of 2026 in Suriname will be a crucial step towards improved port efficiency, transparency, and standardized reporting in line with the Facilitation Convention. My country improved the safety of navigation tremendously through the execution of the Suriname River Dredging Project. This project entails a capital and maintenance dredging component. This project is significant since we only have river ports. Madam President, in closing, we take this opportunity to thank the IMO for the revitalization of the regional office for the Caribbean region earlier this year. Thank you. Merci beaucoup.
Je remercie Monsieur.
Thank you very much to the Director of Suriname, and I now give the floor to Rear Admiral Armijos, National Director of Aquatic Spaces of the Ecuador Maritime Authority. The floor is yours, sir.
Muy buenos días.
Good afternoon to all distinguished delegates of the IMO, Secretary General and President. First of all, Ecuador would like to express its appreciation for the work of the IMO as the central axis of international maritime governance. For a state such as mine, which is a coastal and highly diverse one, with responsibilities as a flag state, as a port state, and a coastal state, the regulatory and technical work of this organization is essential to ensuring the safety of life at sea, the protection of the marine environment, and the safe, efficient, and sustainable operation of maritime transport. We congratulate the organization's committees and subcommittees for their hard work and for the progress achieved during 2024 and 2025. This work has allowed us to continue improving the regulatory framework in the areas of operational safety, risk management, new technologies, and resilience to threats, including cyber threats, and the adoption of measures to prevent and reduce pollution including plastic pollution. Ecuador has closely followed these developments and has made progress in the modernization of its legal and institutional framework with the IMO conventions and codes. And we have strengthened coordination between our maritime, environmental, port, and fisheries authorities. In terms of technical cooperation, the Ecuadorian Maritime Authority has worked very closely with the IMO, and a seminar workshop on the STCWF was held in the city of Guayaquil, which marked an essential step forward for the safety and professionalization of our maritime fishing community, as well as for technical personnel responsible for implementing that code. And in this same city, a seminar was held on maritime security, led by experts from the IMO. This was an event that strengthened the security of our ports and vessels against threats that compromise maritime activity and international trade. The training provided allowed for the updating of procedures, the reinforcement of coordination between authorities and operators, and the improvement of the implementation of the ISPS code. And in October, in Manta, the city of Manta, a seminar workshop on biofouling was held. And this was a key event for addressing the challenge of biofouling that affects both ships and marine biodiversity. And we would particularly like to highlight the important work of the World Maritime University and the International Maritime Law Institute, the two academic institutions of the IMO, where Ecuadorian officers have obtained their qualifications and gone on to contribute their high-level technical and legal skills in the effective implementation of the organization's instruments at national level. In addition, we would like to reiterate our commitment at both national and regional level to break down barriers, to strengthen capacity, and to create safe, inclusive, and discrimination-free working environments for women in the maritime sector. And with this in mind, we hosted the regional workshop on gender-responsive policies and legislation, and the second General Assembly of the Network of Women in Maritime Authorities of Latin America, Red Mamla. There were 19 delegations represented from member states, and they reaffirmed the ongoing work of the maritime authorities of the region to contribute to the fulfillment of a Sustainable Development Goal 5, gender equality. One very important aspect to mention is the welfare of seafarers, which is a cornerstone of truly safe and sustainable maritime transport. Ecuador reaffirms its determination to continue improving our regulatory frameworks and operational mechanisms that protect those who, through their daily work, make global maritime trade possible. And finally, we would like to restate our firm commitment to continue working closely with the IMO, making the most of opportunities for technical cooperation and training, and contributing a constructive approach that reflects the realities and the needs of developing states. We express our willingness to continue moving towards a safer, more sustainable maritime sector that is inclusive and resilient, and one that works for the benefit of both present and future generations. Thank you very much for your attention.
Je remercie Monsieur le Directeur National.
Thank you very much to the National Director of Ecuador, and I now give the floor to Captain Jairo Eligio Rubio Sanchez, Permanent Representative of Colombia to the IMO. Thank you very much, Chair, and I would like to take this opportunity to congratulate you and the Vice Presidents on your very well-deserved election. Thank you very much, President, Secretary General, distinguished delegates, excellencies. Greetings to you all. It is a huge honor for me to be able to address this assembly on behalf of my country and to reiterate my country's commitment to work in a coordinated manner with the organization and states parties in the protection of the environment, the safety of human life at sea, and the appropriate use of maritime transport, common goals at global level. Colombia is a country with 2 ocean coastlines located in the northwestern corner of South America, and we form a link in global maritime transport, and therefore we have a great responsibility to ensure the safety of navigation in our waters in both oceans and to help ships and their crews in adversity. We are also working to strengthen our management and capacities and to perform our functions as the flag state for ships flying our flag. And therefore, I am pleased to inform this Assembly that in the next few days, Colombia will be presenting its instrument of accession to the 1988 Protocol to the SOLAS and MARPOL Conventions. And similarly, we are currently working on internal legislative procedures to accede to the 1996 London Protocol on oil spills, the Ballast Water Management Convention, the Bunkers Convention, and the HNS Convention, also the Nairobi Wreck Removal Convention. Our commitment to the maritime sector and its stakeholders is a permanent one. And at this point, we would like to thank the organization for the audit team that was appointed to conduct the Colombia IMSAS audit in May of this year. This was very necessary exercise to improve the implementation of international standards and our management, and we have every confidence in the professional work of the Secretariat to complete the first audit cycle and implement the adjustments so that the second cycle is just as successful, allowing us to focus our efforts and resources of technical cooperation on the main needs so that we can achieve the standardization of maritime transport. In a world that is marked by challenges such as climate change, geopolitical tensions, and technological inequality, we stress the importance of multilateral cooperation to ensure safe, efficient, and sustainable maritime transport. The maritime sector is facing the crucial challenge of moving towards a real energy transition and effective decarbonization in line with global climate action commitments. Colombia reaffirms its commitments to these objectives and to the common goal of building cleaner and more sustainable maritime transport, ensuring that this process is carried out in a fair and balanced manner and taking into account the realities of developing states. In the context of the IMO's discussions on net zero emissions, it is essential that technical and economic measures be accompanied by rigorous assessment of their impact on development, on food security and global trade. Colombia supports a transition that protects vulnerable populations, that preserves economic stability, and allows for a reduction in emissions from the sector, thereby ensuring that decarbonization is an inclusive and equitable opportunity and not a burden for countries. On another note, the digital transformation of the maritime sector offers opportunities to achieve the connection and automation of activities and regions, as well as to strengthen cybersecurity and the facilitation of transport. Therefore, the implementation of the single window and the electronic certificates and the integration of databases are all essential to achieve this. Similarly, the fight against illicit activities is also a priority, as issues such as illegal fishing, drug trafficking, mixed migration, armed robbery and piracy are becoming factors that do have a bearing on maritime safety and the stability of marine ecosystems. I would also like to highlight the need to continue and further strengthen the management of the organization and the sector when it comes to gender equality and to promote and recognize the work and contribution of women to every activity and their role as a link in the maritime transport chain. And technical cooperation will be one of the pillars for states to be able to meet the objectives of the strategic plan for the 6-year period 2024 to 2029, taking into account the characteristics of each region, the strengths and weaknesses that are particular to each country. The management of these activities by the Secretariat with the regions is fundamental in order to coordinate efforts. And finally, I would like to conclude by renewing our commitment to the organization, our willingness to work with them and the states, parties, associates and observers to cooperate together on common objectives of safety, security and pollution prevention based on the principles of the IMO and the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. And let me take this opportunity to congratulate the Secretary General and the Secretariat on their service, their commitment and leadership, which are a constant and ensure that we are in the safest possible hands. Thank you very much, President.
Je remercie Monsieur le représentant permanent de la Colombie et j'invite à présent Madame.
Thank you very much to Colombia, and I now call on Justice Thokozani Agnes Patemba, Deputy High Commissioner of Malawi. Floor is yours.
Madam President, Secretary General, Excellencies, and distinguished guests, the Malawi delegation wishes to extend its warm congratulations to your election and the 2 vice presidents, and we wish you a successful tenure as you serve this 34th Assembly. Malawi is honored to address this Assembly and commends the Secretary General and the organization for their continued leadership in promoting maritime safety, environmental protection, and strengthened global governance. As a land-linked country, Malawi relies entirely on maritime transport through neighboring coastal states for our trade. We therefore attach great importance to a transparent, efficient, and well-regulated global shipping system. Malawi strongly supports strengthening of the integrity of the ship identity system to address fraudulent registries of ships. Like many least developed countries, Malawi faces capacity gaps and lack fully modernized or digitally secure registry systems, making us vulnerable to exploitation by criminal operators. In this regard, Malawi calls on the organization to consider targeted initiatives to support member states in establishing or upgrading legitimate and secure ship registries, including technical assistance, digital registry solutions, and best practice guidance. Strengthening registry governance is also essential to closing the loopholes exploited by fraudulent actors. Malawi further stresses the need for equitable implementation of the IMO greenhouse gas strategy. As is the case with many least developed countries, Malawi contributes to the least to global emissions and yet continues to suffer disproportionately from the impacts of climate-related disasters, including floods, cyclones, and prolonged droughts. These events undermine the national development efforts and place additional strain on already limited resources. In this regard, Malawi advocates for a global maritime energy transition that leaves no state behind, ensuring that LDCs are not faced with unintended economic burdens. Technical assistance remains essential to our participation in international shipping. Malawi greatly values the IMO's capacity development programs, particularly in maritime law and domestic regulatory development through regional training and master's program offers at WMU and IMRI, where Malawi has benefited immensely. Continued support will strengthen our ability to comply with international standards, which will improve safety and environmental protection on our inland waterways and transit routes. In conclusion, Madam President, Malawi reaffirms its commitment to working with all member states to advance safety, transparency, sustainability in the maritime sector, both on the oceans and on the inland waterways alike. Thank you so much, Madam President.
Je remercie.
I thank the Deputy High Commissioner of Malawi, and I call on Ms. Tanya Tait, Minister Councillor, High Commission of the Republic of Namibia. The floor is yours.
Good afternoon. Madam President, Secretary General, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, Namibia is honored to join the collective felicitations in congratulating you, Madam President, on your very well-deserved election to preside over this 34th IMO Assembly. We also wish to warmly congratulate the Secretary General on his inaugural assembly at the helm of the organization, and we pledge Namibia's full support to his leadership in advancing safe, secure, and environmentally sustainable maritime transport that leaves no country behind. Madam President, at the last Assembly, Namibia affirmed its support for decisive action on climate change in shipping, the welfare of seafarers, and an efficient maritime transport system. We carry those commitments into this session with renewed determination. On climate action, Namibia aligns with the outcome of the second extraordinary session of the Maritime Environment Protection Committee on the IMO Net Zero Framework to adjourn the adoption of the framework for a period of 12 months, not to dilute ambition, but to complete the essential groundwork necessary for greater convergence and successful implementation. At the same time, we reiterate that Namibia was ready to adopt this framework last month. This adjournment should be used to build capacity, to deepen understanding of the framework's benefits and risks, and to narrow the remaining differences so that all developing countries are better prepared when the time for adoption comes. Namibia remains confident that the framework will be adopted as planned, and that we reaffirm that the IMO must remain the sole global forum for shipping's climate action. Madam President, Africa is disproportionately affected by climate change, despite its relatively small carbon footprint. This minimal contribution to global greenhouse gas emissions highlights the importance of equitable climate action. On seafarer welfare, hard lessons from the COVID-19 pandemic still stand. In this regard, Namibia supports sustained IMO-ILO cooperation to protect seafarers' rights, mental health, and fair treatment. As the energy transition accelerates, we must invest in reskilling and upskilling so that every seafarer can safely work with green fuels and digital systems underpinned by revised STCW conventions. The transition must be just, people-centered, as well as safe. Regarding an efficient maritime transport system, Namibia supports practical trade facilitation measures that reduce costs and delays, particularly for land-linked neighboring countries that depend on our ports. In this regard, Namibia is advancing maritime single window implementation and port community systems, which are interoperable and cyber secure. Madam President, Namibia is proud of its record in advancing women's leadership. As you're aware, in March this year, we made history when our first woman president was elected with an overwhelming majority. Our vice president, as well as Speaker of the National Assembly, are also women, and 60% of our cabinet consists of women. We anchor this national trajectory in our support for IMO's Women in Maritime program, including your recent election, Madam President, as female president of this Assembly. Therefore, we urge all members and industry partners to mainstream gender equity across recruitment, training, retention, and career progression on board ships, in ports, and within maritime administrations. In closing, Namibia leaves this assembly with clear commitments to advance a safe, just, and equitable energy transition, to protect and promote and empower seafarers, to mainstream women's leadership across the maritime value chain, and to strengthen safe, secure, and efficient shipping through effective implementation. We reaffirm that the IMO, anchored in science, consensus, and universal rules, remains the indispensable forum to meet today's maritime challenges. Namibia will remain a reliable partner in turning our shared ambitions into practical solutions that deliver for all. I wish everyone the best for Friday's elections. I thank you, Madam President.
Je remercie Madame.
Thank you very much to the Minister Council of the High Commission of Namibia. We are now going to break for lunch. South Africa, would you like to take the floor to make an announcement? You got some good news for us?
Inviting all Assembly delegates to our lunchtime reception starting now at this Delegates Lounge on the first floor. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Pardon, excusez-moi.
Apologies. Just a second. Sit back down. Sit back down. Panama would also like to make an announcement. Panama.
Thank you, Chair. We all invite you to the presentation of the Panama Canal, charting the cost to decarbonization. It's going to be a short presentation, so if you can stay, it's at 12:45. Thank you.
Testing.
Toca la...
May I have your attention, please? Ministers, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. We would like to sincerely thank you for your valuable time and for kindly remaining with us during this pause to accompany us for this special presentation. On this occasion, it is our pleasure to introduce Estela Locke, Sustainability Manager at the Panama Canal Authority. Today, Mrs. Locke will guide us through a presentation entitled The Panama Canal, Charting a Course to Decarbonization. Ms. Locke holds an MBA in Business Management and Marketing from the University of Notre Dame, as well as a Master of Science in Strategic Leadership towards Sustainability from the Blankenship Institute of Technology. She has also completed postgraduate studies in logistics in supply chain management in Panama, in addition to business degrees from Nova Southeastern University and the Florida State University. She plays a central role in guiding the canal's sustainability strategy and is internationally recognized for her leadership in advancing sustainable innovation within the global maritime community. Estela Locke, the floor is yours. Welcome.
Well, thank you very much for staying with us during this short presentation. I'm here to talk a little bit about what the Panama Canal is doing towards decarbonization. But first, let's go over what the Panama Canal is. We have been in business for 111 years. We have an 82-kilometer length through the waterway. Last year, we made $5,705 million in revenues. All the revenues that the Panama Canal makes goes to the Treasury of Panama. So it's, in itself, it's towards the prosperity of the country. We have over 9,000 people that work for us. 7,892 are men, and over 1,000 are women. We have three power plants. One of them is a thermal power plant that dates back to the 1970s, and we're thinking about phasing it out by 2030. We have 2 hydros, and we have 3 water treatment plants. We have over 1,000 vehicles in our land fleet, and we have over 246 floating equipments in tugboats and launches. We also have 1,422 buildings across our facilities. So let's go back and think about what the Isthmus of Panama used to look like in the 1800s before the Panama Canal was built. We had the Chagres River, which is a very it has a heavy flow of water. Panama is the 5th country that has the heaviest rainfall in the world. So we had the Chagres River, and we had the Rio Grande River, and we had that short space in the middle that did not connect from one ocean to the other. So the first thing they did was to build a dam that created the Gatun Lake, which basically prevented the water from flowing from the river to the ocean. And that created the Gatun Lake. And then after that, we connected through the Gaylor Cut the remaining piece to be able to connect one ocean to the other. The Gatun Lake is the main source of water for the Panama Canal to work. It works with fresh water. And you can see the Rio Indio Lake. It's a new lake that should be completed by 2030, which will be our new source of fresh water to provide water for the Panama Canal to operate. So this is how it works. It rains in our country, where the mountains is in the watershed, and it falls in the Gatun Lake, and then the water flows out through the locks. In the top, we have the Panamax locks, the older locks that were built by the United States, and in the bottom, we have the Neo-Panamax locks that were built by the Panamanians in 2016. We use fresh water because of gravity. Basically, we prevent the water from going out to the ocean, and we make use of it to be able to transit all the ships through the isthmus. This is what it looks like. The ones to the left, the smaller ones, are the ones built by the United States, and the ones to the right are the ones built by Panamanians. We have the same exact type of locks in both sides of the canal. Usually what happens, and you can see it in the bottom, that is the Gatun Lake. The Gatun Lake keeps all the water every year, and we basically flush out all the water throughout the year. But then we have really dry years, and that, like 2023, which was a dry year for the whole world, in which we don't have enough water to transit all the ships we would like to. And then we have years like this year, when the drought has been over, and we can see that we have to actually use the spillway to dump all the extra water before it overfloods our facilities. So the drought is over, and the Panama Canal has enough water to provide the draft and the amount of transits that you guys may need to transit your goods. So what does sustainable development mean for the Panama Canal? Well, we see it as a three-legged bench. We're always thinking about people, planet, profit. But for us, it will be prosperity. Everything we do in order to provide wealth to the nation for the Panama country to actually thrive. So when we think about it, we think it as an iterative process where we're constantly thinking about where should we be investing our limited resources, because we all have just limited resources. So what leg should we be strengthening? Is it people? Is it planet? Is it profit? Making sure that we don't weaken one leg, we're trying to strengthen the other. And that is the key balance that we look at when we talk about sustainability. And because we have enough, we have initiatives that actually address this with the people, planet, profit strategy, we need to start thinking about what's going to happen with the climate change. With mitigation and adaptation, when we talk about mitigations, we're going to address the causes of climate change. And when we talk about adaptation, we are going to address the consequences of the inevitable climate change that we are currently living. So the Panama Canal has pledged to be carbon neutral by 2050. We have done this, and we're very responsible about it. We're investing money, dedication, and resources to be able to make sure we are carbon neutral. But when we think about what should we be doing, the first thing we did was do the greenhouse gas inventory in our base year, which was 2023. And then we realized that 98.7% of the emissions that are actually that are part of the Panama Canal's inventory is not from the Panama Canal. It's not from our operations, but from the ships that actually transit through the canal. So that will tell us that whatever we're trying to do, we have to make sure we address that. What is the shipping industry doing towards decarbonization, and how can we help them? How can we be that key person that actually helps them get to their goals? When we talk about scope 1 and 2, we can see that the green part, which is the 60.9%, that is the thermoelectric power generation. And because the base year was 2023 and there was a drought, our hydroelectric plants were not working, generating energy as they should have been. So we had a lot of emissions coming from the thermoelectrical plant. We have a plan to make sure that we can phase out the thermal plant by 2030, and that is one of our intermediate goals for decarbonization. And then the other big offender is the floating equipment. So we're not thinking about our 1,400 buildings, we're not thinking about over 1,000 cars, because that's not where the emissions are. So we want to make sure that whatever we're doing, we're hitting the target that we want to meet. So because of the floating equipment, it's our next big challenge. We are also addressing that in a different way. When we talk about scope 3, and that's with the ships emission, the way we measured it is that we measured the emissions from the previous port that is not within Panama to the next port, because we understand that is our sphere of influence. What can we do, maybe adjust in time? What can we do to make sure that they can save on energy and fuel when they're coming to Panama and when they're leaving and going to the next port? We know that 15.5% of those emissions were actually in our anchorage. They were waiting for transit. And then we had other in our supply chains, which were next to the ships, were completely insignificant, but we're still working on that too. So we have a lot of projects that we're doing at this time that we're basically working towards our decarbonization. First of all, we're doing the photovoltaic power station. That piece of land that you see there is between the locks that I showed you in the beginning. And we're going to have more power being generated from that plant. Panama is a very sunny nation. We have at least 12 hours of light every day, It's really, really sunny, so we're going to make sure we take all the advantage we can from that. We are also going to be needing new energy sources to power our offshore power and other things that we're going to be working in towards decarbonization too. Then we have the tugboat fleet initiatives. We just got our first few hybrid tugboats, and we're also looking into using biofuels for the tugboats. Now, for that, we have to first address the logistics of actually having it available in Panama, and that's what we're currently working on. And we also have electric cars, not because they're doing a lot of emissions, but because in Panama, electric cars are not that common. So we understand how important it is for our employees, we have 9,000 employees, to actually be able to drive these cars and to have them at work and use them throughout the year, to make sure that they understand that the electric cars are actually a very reliable and more efficient way of transporting themselves, and maybe push them towards the decision of buying an electric car that when it's time for them to replace their vehicles. So that's why we're investing in electric vehicles too. And now, when we talk about how we're going to decarbonize or help decarbonize the maritime industry, we talk about stuff like the Net Zero Slot, which we launched a few months ago, and has been very successful. The idea is that we are trying to find a way to promote the investment toward green shipping. And this is what we're doing right now, is that we're giving our clients the opportunity to compete amongst the very few ships that are actually green, that have the ability to burn green fossil fuels. We're also going to have green energy at the anchorages. Basically, what we're trying to do, because usually when you have offshore power supply, onshore power supply, you're next to a port. But because they're anchoring in the middle of the ocean, they don't have a way to actually plug into the green energy. So we're doing this pilot program where we're going to put a energy source in the middle of the lake. So we're moving everybody. The logistics is moving whoever wants to charge from the outer anchorage into the lake. And then they'll have some perks, like, for example, they'll be able to actually leave the Panama Canal faster and stuff like that. We're trying to make sure we find a balance between what the client will actually get from actually getting the energy in the Panama Canal. We're also talking about green maritime and digital corridors. We're doing this with the Port of Algeciras, so we are very happy that this is taking off. So we are also working in that. And we have the Blue Bisbee, and I'm sure you've all heard about Blue Bisbee before. We are currently in the 4th phase. We are going to start prototype testing soon, so we're going to be getting companies that actually want to try this. And we have been able to demonstrate with numbers that, for example, you can see in the lower, actually you can't see it in this one, but in the lower corner, you can see a 23% fuel savings for container ships. That's a significant amount of emission reduction with Blue Bisbee. So currently we're looking for companies that are willing to invest in this prototype and actually try it in real time so we can prove the benefits of actually working with Blue Bisbee, which first aims actually to reduce the ship fast and then wait way of operating that has been happening for a while. So, and we also did an analysis where we did the route-based avoided emissions. So basically what we're trying to understand is what would happen if Panama didn't exist? If we don't have capacity, or if we are not working, how many emissions would actually go out into the atmosphere if we didn't exist as a shortcut? And what we're saying is, what the analysis demonstrated is that we used to think that it was really bad for our clients to actually be waiting in the anchorage for over 3, 4 days, 5 days in the first in, first out to actually transit, because they were using all the gas and the emissions. And what we realized is that a regular container, a 7.2 K TEU container ship vessel, can wait, I think it's 85 days out in the anchorage before it matches the emissions of actually going the alternate route. They can wait for 85 days in our anchorage before the emissions are matched with going with the alternate route. So that what tells us is the Panama Canal is not only very important for our customers, but it's very important for the environment. If we actually get to increase our installed capacity and more ships can transit, we're definitely helping with decarbonization in the global maritime industry. And because we need water for that, I'm just going to talk with a few slides about what's going to happen in the future. We know that 2020, you can see with the size of the drops, what used to be the historical average, which was 2.6 meters per year that we would get of rainfall in the watershed. And then we have years like 1997, we had a 1.7 barely. It was very, very little. And then we have a 2016, which was above average, and then we have a 2023, which was very, very little again. And we actually had to reduce the amount of transits that could go through the Panama Canal because we didn't have enough water. So we know that climate change is happening, and this is going to keep happening. It's going to be going from a very dry year to a very wet year. This year has been extremely wet, so we're getting a lot of rain. That's why we had to dump it out the spillway. Thing that we don't really like to do because we like to keep all the water for use, but we can't hold it. It's just too much. So what we're doing is that by 2030, we're going to be creating a third lake. It's going to be called the Rio Indio Lake, and it's actually what we're going to do. We're going to dam the Indio River, which has a lot of water flow, and just dam it right before it gets to the ocean, so we could use that water to transit ships and to provide water for the country. Over 2.5 million people drink from our lakes, and that's more than half of the population of Panama. So that being said, that lake should be ready by 2030. So we are definitely not going to have any problems with water after that. So it's going to be about $1.6 billion estimated in investment. It's going to take 4 years to construct. And the way it's going to work, it's not going to use electricity, and I love it, because we won't have emissions in that. So basically, it's going to have a tunnel that's going to run with gravity towards our Gatun Lake, and from there, the water will be used to transit ships. So that was my presentation. There's my email in case you guys have any questions. I'll be happy to answer them. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Estela, for such an interesting presentation from the Panama Canal Authority. Definitely very impressive, all the projects that you are executing at this moment. Welcome once again to London. And we remain at your disposal to all the delegates. If you have any questions regarding the Panama Canal projects, you can direct to us or to Estela as well, since she will be here during the week. Thank you once again for your time.
Testing.
Bien. Rebonjour, chers.
Well, good afternoon to you all. Delegates, representatives, I hope you had an excellent lunch, and we are going to continue this afternoon with general statements. And can I just remind you, there's a 5-minute time limit, and there is a clock. So I'd now like to call on Mr. Nigel Morrison, Designate Permanent Representative of Vanuatu to the IMO.
Good afternoon, Madam President, Secretary General, Honourable Ministers, Excellencies, distinguished delegates. First, we congratulate Madam President together with her deputies on their elections. It is an honour to address the Assembly for the first time as the newly appointed permanent representative of the Republic of Vanuatu. Vanuatu is a republic of 83 islands spread across a vast area of ocean. For us, the sea is not a symbolic concept, it is our daily reality. Domestic and international maritime transport is a lifeline. Our inter-island voyages routinely take place in conditions given to risks over long distances with limited shelter and harsh weather. Yet, like many Pacific Island nations, we face the reality with limited resources to maritime safety, maritime security, and the protection of the marine environment. This places us in a fundamentally different situation from many. And over 30 years in Vanuatu and travelling the world, I can attest that we are different in our means and consequently our needs. Over the past decades, the IMO has shown how effective it can be in shaping safe, secure, and environmentally responsible global shipping. The unfortunate truth is that when it comes to marine safety, too many island nations have indeed been left behind. We believe the time has come for the IMO to engage more deeply in long-term transformative technical assistance. Not one-off workshops, not short advisory missions, but some sustained, structured, game-changing projects that genuinely raise national capabilities and bring all member states to a credible minimum standard of maritime safety and environmental protection. The IMO Secretariat has engaged in such paradigm shift under the leadership of the Secretary-General Arsenio Dominguez, and we adhere strongly to such change. In Vanuatu, we are making our own direct efforts. Our National Maritime Administration, the Vanuatu Maritime Safety Authority, recently became our first government department to obtain ISO 9001 certification, strengthening the professionalism and transparency of our maritime governance. With the IMO's support, we are also advancing the One Vanuatu maritime policy, a comprehensive long-term strategy that seeks to provide a coherent framework for maritime transport across all of our islands, including the most remote. And in the environmental sphere, Vanuatu, through VMSA, serves as the national focal point for the Glow Litter Partnership Project, reinforcing our leadership in combating sea-based marine plastic. Like every project, we look forward to positive impacts, which depend heavily on local stakeholders, but also the level of assistance received from external stakeholders. Vanuatu may be a small nation in the South Pacific, one that not everyone in the room would immediately place on a map. But we have never been silent. We successfully led the international initiative before the International Court of Justice to secure an advisory opinion on climate change. Within the IMO, we have consistently argued for ambitious pathways to the decarbonisation of global shipping. We remain convinced that strong global ambition is essential and that the maritime industry needs a coherent, predictable international framework. Fragmented approaches increase costs for shipping
and ultimately for consumers, especially in remote and vulnerable regions like ours. However, a challenge we face today is that the current working methods of international organisations don't match the urgency of the decisions that must be taken. This is evident in the climate agenda, but also in the way international regulatory frameworks struggle to keep pace with technological developments. This is an issue that international organisations will have to confront promptly. The world is moving fast, much faster than before, and all actors, including international organisations, must adapt quickly. And as the pace accelerates, the responsibility to support those most in need becomes even more important. Distinguished delegates, Vanuatu has a proud and active history at the IMO. Under our former ambassador and permanent representative, Vanuatu was strongly engaged in the organisation's work. We led the Marine Environment Protection Committee's initiative on marine plastic litter. We chaired the Technical Cooperation Committee for several years, and we were elected to the IMO Council in 2021 as the smallest council member ever in terms of GDP and population. This result demonstrates that commitment and purpose matter more than size and power. As Vanuatu returns to the IMO and renewed focus, it is important to recognise that our representation over the past 3 years has been uneven. That chapter is now closed. Vanuatu will once again be an active, and consistent participant in the work of the organisation, fully engaged across all agenda items and committed to constructive cooperation with all member states. We will continue to advocate the ambitious climate action, robust maritime safety standards and global frameworks that uphold fairness and balance within the international maritime community. Madam President, distinguished delegates, the challenges facing international shipping are immense, but so is the opportunity to build safer, greener and more equitable maritime sector. Vanuatu stands ready to work with all of you to ensure that no nation is left behind and that our collective decisions reflect the needs of the entire global marine community. I thank you.
Je remercie Monsieur le représentant.
Thank you very much to the designate permanent representative of Vanuatu, and I'd now like to call on Mr. Yossi Zilberman, Minister Councillor for Political Affairs, Embassy of Israel.
Madam President, Secretary General, distinguished delegates, during this session of high importance, we wish to express Israel's deep concern regarding the Houthi threat to maritime security in the Red Sea. These attacks, enabled and supported by Iran's terror regime, endanger international shipping, put mariners at risk, and cause major delays that disrupt markets and undermine global maritime stability. While recent reports indicate a temporary decrease in Houthi attacks, this should not be viewed as a constructive development. It appears to be a tactical pause that could quickly revert to renewed aggression should regional conditions shift. The broader context is essential. The Houthi maritime threat is a central element of Iran's regional strategy. It is intertwined with Tehran's wider proxy network, which continues to destabilize the Middle East and global security. Clear evidence shows that the Ayatollah regime supplies the Houthis with weapons, intelligence, and operational support used to target civilian commercial vessels, and as a byproduct damages the maritime ecosystem as well. Iran's recent seizure of the Marshall Islands flag tanker Talara near the Straits of Hormuz earlier this month further highlights Tehran's destabilizing conduct at sea. The vessel was operating on a routine commercial route when IRGC forces intercepted and diverted it without any legitimate justification. Iran undermines the security of key international shipping lanes, puts commercial crews at risk, and threatens the stability of global energy and trade flows. This distinguished UN institution must also address the expanding threat posed by the so-called shadow fleet. These unregistered, uninsured, and falsely flagged tankers allow countries under Security Council sanctions, including Iran, to evade restrictions and transfer military capabilities to their proxies. It is important to note that Iran is subject to snapback sanctions, and anyone who knowingly provides Iran with material support risks becoming a party to the violation of a UN Security Council resolution, whether the actor is a state entity or a private one. These vessels, operating without accountability, under false flags, disabling AIS tracking, and exploiting fake registries, create significant navigational and regulatory risks. Dear delegates, our international cry is not yet fully understood by the regime in Tehran, so maybe a message in their own language will sink in better. Tamame, Jahan, Shomara, Zire, Nazar, Dorad, Be, Fa'aliyat, Haye, Terroristie, Khod, Payan, Dahid. The entire world sees you. Stop your terrorist actions. In light of these challenges, Israel calls upon this assembly to take firm, coordinated 3 action items. First, develop stronger legal and oversight tools to identify, track, and when needed, sanction vessels that evade monitoring, especially those using flag hopping to bypass sanctions and regulatory transparency. This practice undermines global maritime governance and enables malign actors to exploit gaps between national systems. Second, strengthen international cooperation with maritime enforcement bodies and relevant organizations to ensure that sanctions cannot be weakened through maritime loopholes. Thirdly, recognize that this is not simple piracy or isolated maritime incidents, but a coordinated regional terroristic system that transfers arms, intelligence, and capabilities to destabilizing actors. Confronting it requires a comprehensive maritime security framework that integrates intelligence, compliance, safety, and law enforcement. Therefore, Israel calls on this assembly to act now, with urgency, unity, and resolve, to protect seafarers, safeguard global trade, keep our maritime environmental ecosystem safe, and uphold the integrity of our shared maritime order. Thank you.
Je remercie Monsieur le chef des.
Thank you very much to the Minister Council for Political Affairs, and I'll call on Ms. Egle Wisniewskaite, Chief Advisor, Water Transport Group, Ministry of Transport and Communication of Lithuania.
Madam President, Secretary General, Excellencies, Honorable Ministers, distinguished delegates. It is an honor to address this Assembly on behalf of the Republic of Lithuania. 2 years ago, we stood here with clear aspirations. Today, I'm pleased to share the progress we have made, guided by a renewed conviction that cooperation under IMO remains essential for a safer, greener, and more resilient maritime future. In 2024, Lithuania completed a mandatory IMO member state audit, reaffirming the strength and professionalism of our maritime administration. We appreciate the recognition, and we equally welcome the recommendations, which serve as an encouragement to keep improving. We extend our sincere gratitude to the Secretariat and the auditors for their constructive engagement. Our commitment to the international rules-based maritime order in the past years has deepened further. Last year, Lithuania ratified the Nairobi Convention on the removal of wrecks and advanced the ratification of the Hong Kong International Convention, which we expect to finalize in the first half of the next year. In parallel, Lithuania joined the International Hydrographic Organization, enabling us to contribute more directly to safe navigation and high-quality maritime data. But our progress is not confined to regulation. It is visible on the shores of Lithuania. The port of Klaipėda, Lithuania's economic engine, is rapidly evolving into a center of sustainable maritime innovation. Over the past year, Lithuania Port implemented a new environmental management standard, strengthened digital environmental monitoring, and prepared its infrastructure for green hydrogen industries. At the same time, to ensure that our energy transition is powered by people as much as by technologies, the Lithuanian Maritime Academy is establishing a Center of Excellence for Marine Engineering and Renewable Energy. Yet, even as we mark progress at home, we cannot ignore the grave realities confronting our region and reverberating across the world. Russia's ongoing aggression against Ukraine continues to violate international law, disrupt global supply chains, and threaten maritime safety far beyond the front line. Lithuania condemns this aggression unequivocally, and our support to Ukraine remains steadfast and concrete. This year, for the first time, an LNG cargo ordered by Ukrainian company was received at Klaipėda LNG terminal. This cargo processed through our FSRU called Independence will reach Ukraine via pipelines and interconnectors links, providing vital energy security at a time when energy is being weaponized. Lithuania will continue to provide its infrastructure, expertise, and solidarity for as long as Ukraine needs it. Excellencies, we also face an urgent and growing maritime threat: the expansion of Russian shadow fleet. What began as an instrument to evade sanctions has become a global danger. These poorly maintained vessels disregard safety standards, manipulate AI's data, conduct high-risk ship-to-ship operations, and frequently transit environmentally sensitive waters. Their activities have already caused significant harm, including damage to undersea cables and pipelines in Baltic Sea. This is not a hypothetical threat. This is a clear and present danger. The shadow fleet requires a coordinated international response, stronger monitoring and enforcement, robust sanctions implementation, verification of insurance. Flag states must fulfill their obligations under UNCLOS and exercise effective control over the vessels that fly their flags. Navigation safety is further undermined by persistent GNSS interference in European waters, particularly the Baltic Sea. These disruptions originating from the Russian Federation pose serious risks to all vessels. Lithuania confronts those challenges daily. In the port of Klaipėda and its approaches, GNSS interference is recorded periodically, and we are already implementing additional technological solutions to ensure safe, uninterrupted port operations. But national efforts are not enough. We urge the international maritime community to recognize GNSS interference and AIS manipulation as deliberate threats and strengthened regulatory oversight. In this context, we urge all IMO member states to uphold the core principles of this organization and refrain from supporting Russia's candidacy in the IMO Council. A state that endangers maritime infrastructure, disrupts global trade, and disregards international law cannot credibly assume a leadership role within IMO. Excellencies, Lithuania stands ready to work with member states to safeguard our oceans, accelerate green innovation, and uphold the rules-based international order that guides us forward. I thank you.
Je remercie Madame la Conseillère.
Thank you very much indeed to the Chief Advisor, Ministry of Transport and Communication, Lithuania. I'd like to call Mr. David Urweiler, Head of the Swiss Maritime Navigation Office, Federal Department of Foreign Affairs.
Madame la Présidente,
Madam President, Secretary General, ladies and gentlemen, colleagues. Switzerland has no sea, but we do have a river which goes down to the sea, and that is the Rhine. This river, which links Switzerland to the sea, runs through France, Germany, Belgium, and the Netherlands. And Switzerland works with these countries within the Central Commission for the Navigation of the Rhine in order to lay down common rules and regulations. Our mountain glaciers form natural reservoirs which contribute to the stability of the water levels of the Rhine. But with the glaciers melting, unfortunately, the river has become more vulnerable during times of drought, and this has a significant impact on navigation. I imagine that you're familiar with these problems. They also exist in the maritime context in a similar way. Emissions from ships of carbon dioxide into the atmosphere worsen these problems and accelerate the melting of the glaciers. So pollution of the seas concerns us all, and that includes landlocked countries like Switzerland. Switzerland has no sea, but for these reasons, over the last 2 years, we've developed a maritime strategy because our economy is closely linked to maritime activities. Our economy, and it's vital for Switzerland, brings with it a major responsibility for ships flying our flag, for Swiss companies which are active across the world, and for all those who trust in us to take good decisions. Fair and informed decisions, whether they're taken in Switzerland or in multilateral fora such as here at the IMO. But how does one take good decisions? Well, in the multilateral framework, I have a simple method to put to you. Just imagine that children are seated here in the room. No parents, no colleagues, no national parliaments, just children, the future generation. We ought to be able to explain to them what we are doing. We must therefore be clear, coherent, and above all, responsible. Well, as you know, this year has been marked by ups and downs. Now, I'm not talking about IMO's audit of Switzerland in February, nor our new website, nor our work to modernize our law and maritime navigation, nor the implementation of the maritime strategy in Switzerland along with our private and public partners. I'm talking rather of ups and downs in discussions within this organization. It was a very emotional year. There were challenges, and IMO and the maritime sector were in the news. This was marked by a unique and historic decision in April, and then by no decision in October. If it was the stock exchange, we would talk of volatility, marked volatility. And at such times, we look for stability. For Switzerland, to be true to our values and those of the IMO is more important than ever. That is maritime safety, international dialogue, and protection of the oceans. These are simple but essential values, and they guide us towards a safe, sustainable future with opportunities for the future generation, a generation which should be keen to work in this vital sector. Let's take the example of the Central Commission for the Navigation of the Rhine, which I mentioned at the start, working together for a shared future between countries, between sectors, and between people. Switzerland supports the IMO, its Secretary General, and his team, and all initiatives intended to promote a responsible, attractive, lasting, and sustainable future for the maritime sector. Our actions and solutions to these problems should make us proud today and, above all, proud tomorrow. The future generation, our children, deserve it. Thank you.
Je remercie.
Thank you very much to the head of the Swiss Maritime Navigation Office, and I now call on Dr. Vitalik Liov, Director of the Department of State Policy for Maritime and River Transport, Ministry of Transport, Russian Federation.
Distinguished President, Distinguished Secretary General of the International Maritime Organization, distinguished representatives of states, ladies and gentlemen, the fact that the International Maritime Organization is the only and universal global regulator of maritime transport is an objective reality. The sustainable functioning of this organization is of vital importance for international maritime shipping and for global trade as a whole. We attach great importance to IMO's efforts to protect the marine environment from pollution. However, it is clear that simple bans or restrictive measures are quite simply ineffective and sometimes destructive when it comes to the finely tuned, well-established mechanism of global trade. We call upon all IMO stakeholders to act collectively to gradually and judiciously introduce standards and rules for the reduction of emissions from international shipping to ensure that measures introduced do not have a negative impact on sectors, including the unjustified increase in the financial burden placed upon them, which, as a consequence, will have an impact on the costs of goods and food transported by sea and on the lives of ordinary people across the globe. The Arctic plays a key crucial role for our country. We recognise our particular responsibility for the safety of shipping in the Arctic, as we possess the largest coastal waters in which shipping operations take place. Everyone knows how much investment and work has gone into developing the Northern Sea route by us. This includes coastal infrastructure and the construction of innovative SAR vessels, supply ships, and new generation icebreakers, including nuclear-powered vessels which do not emit harmful substances into the atmosphere or the sea. Shipping through the Northern Sea route is consistently carried out on ultra-modern vessels which meet high environmental standards with a high ice class, in line with all existing requirements and able to operate safely in the harshest conditions. Our aim in the Arctic is to guarantee reliable and sustainable shipping along the Northern Sea route and the waters which surround it. This does not just mean ensuring the safety of vessels and their crews, but also protecting the region's ecosystems, both the sea and the land. In this context, the Polar Code is, for us, a pioneering instrument. At the same time, we would call upon all IMO member states, when drafting environmental prohibitions, be they in relation to standards on the sulfur content of ships' fuels, or the parameters for the use of heavy fuel oil in the Arctic, to bear in mind the socio-economic factors which are of great importance for those who live in polar regions, including indigenous peoples, whose survival depends upon the seasonal supply of goods by the sea. We are paying particular attention to the technological progress of international shipping. Russia is one of the first countries in the world to have developed a holistic legal regulation which has provided the basis for the launch of the broad use of nuclear ship technology. We have presented full information on national developments to the relevant IMO committees, and we are delighted to note that many Russian proposals and ideas have been positively received. We call upon IMO to press ahead with the development of legal provisions for nuclear shipping of mass at a global level, and we are prepared to play an active role in this work moving forwards. Our country is a responsible flag, port and coastal state. In 2024, we successfully completed an audit as part of the Member State Audit Scheme, which confirmed the high level of fulfilment of our international obligations. However, we would like to note that in its current form, the audit scheme does not fully meet its goals and requires improvement. That is why we have made relevant proposals for examination at this session of the Assembly. The Russian Federation has consistently and unwaveringly called for broad and fair geographical representation on the IMO Council. Recently, we have observed a shift away from this fundamental principle, which has upset a decades-long balance. The work of IMO, an organisation established as a forum for dialogue between governments and as an instrument for establishing measures relating to international shipping, is partially ceasing to be such. We have always been and remain firm advocates for IMO remaining a technical organisation, the work of which is built upon the principles of international law, fairness and the equal consideration of the interests of all member states. Delegates, there is no one speaking after me, and so I have the unique opportunity to conclude the speakers' lists at the 34th session of the International Maritime Organization. And having listened to all the speeches over the past 3 days, I'm delighted to conclude that all IMO member states, without exception, strive towards cooperation based on the principles of fairness and taking into account the interests of all parties. This lies at the core of IMO's efforts: sustainable, safe shipping, sympathetic to the environment, with a focus on seafarers. And I would like to take this opportunity to congratulate you on these results. The Russian Federation has presented its candidacy for the upcoming elections to the IMO Council on Friday, and will be grateful for your support so that we can continue our beneficial and equalising work in IMO in the interests of all member states and the organisation as a whole on these issues of principle, which are of vital importance for international shipping. Thank you.
Je remercie Monsieur le Directeur du département.
Thank you very much, Director of the Department of State Policy for Maritime and River Transport for Russian Federation. And that brings us to the end of the 98th General Statements. I'd like to thank everyone who has spoken and listened, and we will now move on to remaining business on our agenda. We'll start on item 4, application of Article 61 of the IMO Convention.
I invite the Secretary General to introduce document A34-4 and its addendum on this report. You have the floor, Secretary General.
Muchas gracias, señora Presidenta.
Thank you very much, Madam President, and good afternoon, everyone. Document A34-4 addresses the application of Article 61 of the IMO Convention and the right to vote. The Assembly is required to consider requests from Member States for a waiver to the provisions of Article 61 a process which is provided for under Article 58 of the Assembly's Rules of Procedure. In accordance with provisions of Rule 58.1, the Director of the Administrative Division wrote to those Member States in March and August of this year, those member states which fell under the provisions of Article 61, and drew their attention in writing to the requirements of Rule 58. As required by Rule 58.4, I submitted to the 135th session of the Council a list of member states falling under the provisions of Article 61 of the IMO Convention. Since publication of that document A34-4, the Commonwealth of Dominica, the Cooperative Republic of Guyana, and the Republic of Zimbabwe have cleared their arrears in full up to date, and therefore they no longer fall under the provisions of Article 61 of the Convention. No further payments were received from the remaining 10 member states listed in Annex 2. I received a letter from the Republic of Cuba requesting a waiver of the application of Article 61 of the IMO Convention attached in the Annex 2 document C1354D add 1. The Council at its 135th session decided to recommend to the Assembly that the application of Article 61 of the IMO Convention be waived for the Republic of Cuba. After the Council's consideration of that agenda item, I received a letter dated 19th November 2025 from the plurinational state of Bolivia requesting a waiver of Article 61. That letter is attached in Annex 3 of document A344 for consideration by the Assembly. I have also received a letter dated 25th November. Yes, yesterday, from the Syrian Arab Republic, and a letter dated 26th November today from the Gabonese Republic requesting a waiver of Article 61. Those letters are attached in the annex to document A344 add 1 for consideration of the Assembly. Thank you, Chair. Thank you.
I now invite members who wish to comment on the information provided by the Secretary-General and decide accordingly on the request for a waiver of Application 61 of the IMO Convention from the Republic of Cuba as recommended by the Council, and then from the plurinational state of Bolivia, the Gabonese Republic, and from the Syrian Arab Republic.
Les Émirats Arabes Unis.
شكرا سيد الرئيس.
Thank you, Chair. At the outset, the delegation of the UAE would like to thank the Secretary-General for the two documents at hand. Our delegation stresses the importance of paying financial contributions, which enables the organization to carry out its work on a continuous basis and efficiently in compliance with Article 61 of the IMO Convention. We are fully aware that all member states seek to fulfill their commitment to the organization. However, at the same time, we understand fully the circumstances of some member states and the challenges they face with regard to financial transfers and the exceptional circumstances they face as a result of natural disasters. Consequently, our delegation supports the recommendation of the Council to the Assembly to waive the application of Article 61 with regard to the Republic of Cuba. Additionally, the delegation of the UAE supports the waiver requested by the Arab Republic of Syria and the Republic of Gabon. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Mr. President.
Je remercie.
Thank you to the United Arab Emirates. I now give the floor to Iraq.
Shukran. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Madam President. Good evening, everyone. As this is the first time I take the floor, I would like to congratulate you, Madam President, on your election as President of the Assembly, and I congratulate the Vice Presidents. At the same time, we thank all the countries which have organized receptions, and we apologize for not being able to attend them. We wish them all success in the elections of the Council. I'll be brief. We fully support the intervention of the delegation of the UAE regarding the application of Rule 61, Article 61, with regarding to the Republic of Cuba and the Arab Republic of Syria and Gabon. Thank you, Madam Chair, Madam President.
Je remercie l'Irak.
Thank you, Iraq. I now give the floor to Saudi Arabia.
شكرا لك سيدة.
Thank you, Madam President. The Kingdom of Saudi Arabia has considered the two documents in question and the Addendum 1 with regard to the application of Article 61 of the IMO Convention. The Kingdom fully supports the strict application of Article 61 because it plays a fundamental role in the financial sustainability of the organization and helps all states to pay their dues in due course. With regard to the applications for waivers, our delegation supports the Council recommendation to accept the request of a waiver from Cuba, Gabon, and the Arab Republic of Syria. This will help all countries to fulfill their obligations towards the organization. Thank you, Madam President.
Je remercie.
Thank you, Saudi Arabia. I give the floor to Indonesia.
Thank you, Madam President. Indonesia thanks the Secretary General for the report and wishes to acknowledge that the very real financial and economic challenges faced by many member states, particularly those confronting external shocks and resources constraints. Indonesia believes that waiver mechanism provided under Article 61 is not merely a procedural requirement, but an important avenue to ensure that all member states, regardless of the circumstances, are able to remain engaged in the work of the organization. Having said this, Indonesia supports the Council's recommendation to grant waiver to the Republic of Cuba. We also recognize the request for waiver submitted by Bolivia, Gabon, and Syria. We are mindful of the exceptional and unforeseeable circumstances that they are experiencing right now. We understand that such conditions can significantly constrain the ability of a country to fulfill financial obligations on time. Therefore, guided by the Rule 58.3 of this Assembly, Indonesia supports the waiver request by Bolivia, Gabon, and Syria at this Assembly. Finally, with respect to member states that remain in arrears without having submitted a request for waiver, Indonesia encourages continued engagement and dialogue with the Secretariat. A consistent application of Article 61 is essential, but it should always be implemented and in a manner that fosters inclusion and supports member states in returning to full participation when circumstances allow. Thank you, Madam President.
Je remercie l'Indonésie.
Thank you, Indonesia. I give the floor to the Russian Federation.
Спасибо.
Thank you, President. Good afternoon to you. Good afternoon, Secretary General. Good afternoon, distinguished colleagues. From the outset, President, allow our delegation to congratulate you on your election to this high post. On the matter at hand, we thank the Secretary General for the information provided. First of all, we would like to support the decision taken by the Council to grant a waiver of Article 61 to Cuba. We also looked at the requests from the three other states, Bolivia, Gabon, and Syria. And as other speakers have said, and taking into account the conditions which have been presented to us and taking into account the difficulties which these states are confronted with in making the timely, meeting their financial obligations in a timely manner, we support their requests for a waiver of Article 61. as other speakers have already said. Thank you.
Je remercie la Fédération.
Thank you to the Russian Federation. I now give the floor to Honduras.
Muchas gracias, señora.
Thank you, Madam President. Our delegation welcomes the request which has been made by the representatives of those countries and the remarks made by the United Arab Emirates at the outset. I think that covers all our concerns without justifying any delays in payment, but there has been precedent in the past, not just in this organization, but in many other organizations. And we think that we should allow member states to participate, all four who have made the request for a waiver, in the understanding, of course, that this should not constitute a precedent with regard to failure to discharge financial obligations to the organization. Thank you.
Je remercie le Honduras.
Thank you, Honduras. I give the floor to Chile.
Gracias, señora presidenta.
Thank you, Madam President, and allow me to begin by congratulating you on your presence there. It's a delight to see you up there on the podium, Ambassador. And thank you, Secretary General, for having introduced the documents. We understand the extraordinary reasons for the request in keeping with Article 58, and we recommend the granting of the waiver to Cuba and also the request from the plurinational state of Bolivia, as well as the Gabonese Republic and the Syrian Arab Republic. Thank you.
Thank you, Chile. And I now give the floor to Qatar.
Thank you, Madam President. We thank the Secretary General for the two documents, A34/4, add 1, and A34/4. We have considered these two documents regarding the waivers from the application of Article 61, including the request by the Arab Republic of Syria, Bolivia, and Gabon. On the basis of our understanding of the exceptional circumstances faced by these countries, our delegation believes that we should agree to the waiver with respect to those countries. Thank you, Madam President.
Merci.
Thank you, Qatar. I now give the floor to Argentina.
Muchas gracias, señora Presidenta.
Thank you, Madam President and delegates. Firstly, can I congratulate you, Madam President, on your appointment, and I'd also like to thank the Secretary General for having introduced these documents under this agenda item. President, our organization is here to ensure that no one is left behind when it comes to safety at sea, protection of the marine environment, and cooperation among member states. And we would therefore clearly express our support for those member states falling under the provisions of Article 61 who've requested a waiver should be able to exercise their right to vote. The international maritime system is as robust as the diversity of voices which make it up. And we therefore urge the Assembly to agree with what has been said by the UAE, Saudi Arabia, and others. And in particular, we would emphasize the request from the plurinational state of Bolivia for a waiver, or not accepting, because we feel that that would reaffirm the cooperative nature which has always guided this organization. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Argentina. I give the floor to Panama.
Muchas gracias, señora. Thank you, Madam President. We would also like to congratulate you on your appointment, well deserved, and we'd like to thank all those delegations who have hosted us, treated us to delightful receptions. We'd like to thank the Secretary General for this document, and we would agree with the UAE, Argentina, and others and support the granting of waivers to those countries which have made these requests: Cuba, Bolivia, Syria, and Gabon. Thank you.
Je remercie le...
Thank you, Panama. It seems that there is a consensus on the 3 waivers requested. So if there are no objections amongst those countries who are requesting the floor at the current time: Zambia, Jamaica, Mexico, Thailand, Turkey, Namibia, Oman, Liberia, Bangladesh, Venezuela, and Morocco. Assuming that all those countries support the request for a waiver, I'd like to ask you to put your flags down, if you would, so that we can move forward and grant the waivers.
La Zambie souhaite...
Zambia, you're still asking for the floor?
Bon, je vous remercie.
Okay, thank you. So I take it that we have a consensus to waive the provisions of 61 of the IMO Convention in respect of the Republic of Cuba, the plurinational state of Bolivia, the Gabonese Republic, and the Syrian Arab Republic. The Assembly notes that the Commonwealth of Dominica, the Cooperative Republic of Guyana, and the Republic of Zimbabwe have settled their arrears up to 2024 in full, and as a consequence no longer fall under the provision of Article 61, and their voting rights are thus restored. The Assembly further notes that the remaining member states which have not sought a waiver and which are listed in the annex to the document A34-4 lose their right to vote during this Assembly. The right to vote will, of course, be reinstated as soon as the member states concerned settle their arrears. The Assembly reiterates its firm stance on the strict enforcement of Article 61 of the IMO Convention. If there's no objection, it is so decided.
Je vous remercie.
Thank you. Moving on then, point 5 of our agenda. The establishment of the Credentials Committee. I draw your attention to A34-5A. In this connection, Rule 10 of the Rules of Procedure of the Assembly provides that a Credentials Committee shall be appointed at the beginning of each session of the Assembly. It shall consist of 5 members who shall be appointed by the Assembly on the proposal of the President. The Credentials Committee shall examine the credentials of delegations and report without delay. In examining the Credentials Committee may recommend provisional acceptance of copies of credentials or acceptance of those transmitted late, and shall report the same to the Assembly. On the basis of information made available to me on the expected representation at the current session of the Assembly, I propose that the Credentials Committee be established, comprising the following 5 members. 1. The Dominican Republic, Indonesia, Monaco, Oman, and Romania. If there is no objection, I assume that my proposal is acceptable. It is so decided. The Credentials Committee will elect its chair from among its members. The Secretariat will, as usual, provide assistance and facilities for the committee's work and will liaise with the members of the committee to set the date and time to commence its work. The committee is expected to submit its report to the Assembly by Friday, the 28th of November 2025, prior to consideration of Agenda Item 23. Thank you. If there are no other comments, we will move on. Point 5b. The establishment of the other committees. I invite the Secretary-General to introduce this item and report on the outcome of the meeting of heads of delegation concerning the establishment of other committees and the meeting's recommendations as to their chairs. Secretary-General.
Gracias, señora Presidenta.
Thank you, Madam President. As in the past, the Assembly may wish to constitute two main working committees to consider agenda items of a substantive nature and to make recommendations on them for consideration and decision by the plenary. Such committees would be Committee 1, to deal with administrative, financial, legal and technical cooperation matters, and Committee 2, to deal with technical matters. Both committees would be open to all members of the Assembly. The allocation of agenda items for each committee would be as indicated in A34/5B, with any changes as may be proposed and approved by the plenary. The proposed assignment of items to the two committees, as well as the proposed timetables for each, are indicated in document A34/1/1, with the understanding, as agreed by the meeting of heads of delegation, that the timetable is not intended to be a rigid schedule, but rather an indication of how the Assembly may wish to deal with the various items on its agenda within the time available. With respect to the outcome of the meeting of heads of delegation, there was support for the establishment of the two committees. Concerning the chairs of the two committees, I'd like to advise the plenary that the meeting unanimously recommended the election of His Excellency Mr. Dwight Gardner of Antigua and Barbuda as Chair of Committee 1, and the election of Mr. Wacharachimanu Kulkit of Thailand as Chair of Committee 2. With respect to the other officers, i.e. the two vice chairs of both committees, these will, as usual, be elected by the committees themselves. If the Assembly endorses the proposed arrangements, Committee 1 will meet here in the main hall, and Committee 2 will meet in Committee Room 9 on the second floor, and both, of course, have full interpretation and recording facilities and the hybrid system. Thank you, Madam President.
Gracias. J'invite les délégations.
Thank you. I invite comments or suggestions on the information and proposals made by the Secretary-General.
S'il n'y a pas de
No comments. I consider that the Assembly accepts the establishment of the two committees, Committee 1 for Administrative, Financial, Legal and Technical Cooperation, and Committee 2 and on technical matters. I take it that the Assembly agrees with the recommendation of the heads of delegation meeting with regard to the election of His Excellency Mr. Dwight Gardner of Antigua and Barbuda and Wacharachimanu Kulkit of Thailand as chairs of committees 1 and 2 respectively. They will be formally elected at the first meeting of the committees. If there is no objection, it is so decided. Congratulations to you. The committees just established will report to the plenary at appropriate times. Thank you. That concludes point 5 of the agenda. And we move on to point 9. The IMO Member State Audit Scheme.
Je propose que les documents
I invite the Assembly to consider the documents under this agenda point in the following order: A34.9 and A34.9.1, reporting on the progress made in the implementation of the scheme since Assembly 33 and the further development of the scheme, respectively, and documents A34.9.2 and A34.9.3 submitted by the Russian Federation. I now invite the Secretary-General to introduce documents A34.9 and A34.9.1 and any additional information he may wish to provide.
Gracias, señora presidenta.
Thank you, Madam President. I have to say this is a fairly lengthy statement, so apologies in advance. Document A34.9 reports on progress made in the implementation of the IMO Member State Audit Scheme since the 33rd session of the Assembly. I'm pleased to inform the Assembly that since the commencement of mandatory audits in January of 2016, a total of 163 audits have been conducted in accordance with the overall audit schedule, with one remaining audit scheduled for December 2025. The first audit cycle of IMSIS is expected to be completed by March of next year. Progress made in the implementation of each audit, together with the relevant decisions taken by the Council, are reflected in the updated overall audit schedule set out in the annex for the Assembly's consideration. Since the release of this document, unforeseen administrative circumstances in one member state, Belarus, have prevented the conduct of the audit originally scheduled for November this year. Accordingly, the audit has been rescheduled to the first quarter of 2026, and the updated audit schedule for 2026 will be reflected in the progress report, which will be submitted to Council 137. I'd like to express particular appreciation to those member states audited since 2016, which have authorized the Secretariat to release their executive summary reports, corrective action plans, and related member states' comments on the progress made in the implementation of their corrective action plans to all member states, and in 15 cases to the public. Additionally, 9 member states have authorized the release of their audit final report to the public, further demonstrating their transparency and commitment. And of course, I invite other member states to follow that example. With respect to audit follow-up, the analysis of the 43 audit follow-up reports completed thus far have revealed that the majority of member states audited in 2016, 2017 and 2018 had limited capacity to implement the agreed corrective action plans. It was noted that only 2.6% out of the total number of corrective actions were found to be effectively implemented. This result reinforces the importance of addressing those capacity gaps through additional efforts both by audited member states and the organization as a whole. And annual status reports will therefore be provided to the Council to help improve the implementation of the agreed corrective actions. In this regard, I also wish to highlight the continued support of the pool of auditors, which currently comprises 272 qualified individuals with a growing number of women auditors whose expertise and dedication remain essential for effective delivery of IMSAS. And I'm now going to turn to A3491, which reports on the revision of Resolution A1067/28 on the framework and procedures for the scheme, together with the overall schedule for the second audit cycle. The revised draft resolution on the framework and procedures set out in Annex 1 of this document for consideration and adoption by the Assembly at this session was developed through 2 sessions of the Joint Working Group on the Member State Audit Scheme, and it builds on lessons learned from the first audit cycle. The draft resolution incorporates several key changes, most notably the introduction of a continuous monitoring mechanism and a risk-based approach for the prioritization of audits, and the possibility of limited on-site audits based on clear, predefined indicators. This provides a clearer, more efficient, more consistent framework for the planning, conduct and follow-up of audits. Adoption of the draft resolution will revoke Resolution A1067/28 with effect from the 30th of June 2026, with the second audit cycle scheduled to commence in July 2027, in accordance with the overall audit schedule set out in Annex 2 of the document. During the transitional period, the Secretariat will upgrade the MSA module in GESIS and update training materials for auditors and maritime administrations in line with the revised framework and procedures. In parallel, the revised auditor's manual will be finalised and issued as a circular letter to ensure consistency for the commencement of the second audit cycle. I'd like to express my appreciation to the Member States and the auditors who have contributed to the work of the scheme in the first audit cycle, and extend my thanks to those Member States that will continue to release auditors for the second audit cycle. And I can assure you that I'll check my future statements to make sure they're not as long as that one. Thank you.
Gracias. Merci, Monsieur le Secrétaire Général. Je donne à présent.
Thank you, Secretary General. I now open the floor for general comments on the 2 documents just introduced by the Secretary General and the additional information he provided, bearing in mind that they will be considered in detail by Committee 2.
J'invite l'Australie.
Australia.
Thank you, President, and our delegation also extends our congratulations to you on your appointment. Australia welcomes the progress made under the IMO audit scheme and remains a strong supporter of its objectives. We particularly support efforts to enhance transparency, follow-up and capacity building. Australia is pleased to note that most audited member states have authorised the release of their audit summary reports. We encourage all member states to continue sharing audit outcomes and to strengthen implementation of corrective actions, contributing to improved global maritime safety, environmental protection, and compliance with IMO instruments. Further, Australia supports the adoption of the revised framework and procedures for the IMO audit scheme and endorses the proposed audit schedule. We welcome the application of continuous monitoring and risk-based prioritisation to improve audit planning and effectiveness. Thank you.
Je remercie l'Australie et...
Thank you, Australia. We'll now turn to Denmark.
Thank you very much, Madam President, and allow me to join others in congratulating you on your election, very well deserved. Also, I would like to use this opportunity to sincerely thank for all the wonderful events that have taken place so far and which will also take place onwards. From our side, all your efforts in making us all have a good time are greatly appreciated. Denmark thanks the Secretary General for the document and notes with appreciation the work undertaken on revising the framework and procedures for the IMO member state audit scheme, or the IMSAS, as we would call it, as well as the overall schedule for the second audit cycle. Denmark attaches great importance to the IMSAS, which is a key tool for ensuring the effective implementation of IMO instruments. The scheme also strengthens the capacity of member states to meet their obligations under mandatory IMO instruments, and thereby enhancing their overall performance as flag, port, and coastal states. The outcome of the audits provide valuable opportunities to share experiences and draw on lessons learned. Denmark therefore supports the proposed action to authorize the release of final audit reports to all member states or to the public, and we encourage all member states to do so. We firmly believe that sharing this information will enhance collective knowledge on effective implementation of IMO instruments and enable us to support one another in further improving compliance. And finally, Denmark supports the revised framework and procedures for the IMO member state audit scheme, as well as the overall schedule for the second audit cycle. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Denmark. We call now on Chile. Thank you, President. We'd like to thank the Secretary General for having introduced these documents, and we very much appreciate the progress of this process, as we can see in A34-9. With regard to 34-9-1, we also note the rigorous technical and consultative process which led to the revised framework and procedures. IMSAS is not just a technical measure for audit, but it's also a means of participation and commitment to the common goals, which informs everything that we do in the organization in order to achieve effective implementation. Implementation can take the shape of laws, internal provisions, institutional organization, and the use of human and material resources, but effectiveness, and that's the second part of the concept, demands specific results. And therefore, effective implementation is not a linear process, nor is there a fixed term. It is a continuous cycle of improvement where the member state shows not only whether or not it complies with certain aspects, but that it is able to comply in a sustained fashion by turning regulations into real effects. For example, saving lives, reducing accidents, reducing pollution, and strengthening maritime performance. We therefore think that this biennium's theme is very fortuitous, moving from policy to practice to achieve excellence. This period is an opportunity for us to consolidate that vision, to modernize training, to enhance digital tools, and ensure an orderly transition. The IMSAS scheme does not seek uniformity, and that is the precise reason why the III Code is built on general principles, because this enables each member state to develop its own system, which is in keeping with its own institutional realities. And therefore, the route may be individual, but the outcome is common. What is important is to assimilate the process so that the objective, the goal at the end, is to progress towards excellence and leave no one behind if there are some who need greater support to develop their internal abilities. As we come to the end of the first cycle, Chile would like to take this opportunity to acknowledge the dedication of the MSA section, and in particular the auditors, who underpin the system, and also to pay thanks to those of you sitting there who have been involved. And we hope that more professionals, particularly women auditors, will join. Likewise, we support the adoption of the revised framework and procedures as well as the timetable for the second cycle. We are convinced that the new stage will enable us to make progress towards a more dynamic, sensitive and dynamic which is aimed at reality and true effectiveness. Thank you. Philippine.
Very much, Madam President, and congratulations on your election, as well as those of the first and second vice presidents. We likewise thank member states for their lovely and lively receptions for the past few days. The Philippines expresses its profound appreciation to the Secretary General for the comprehensive note on the further development of the IMO member state audit scheme, or the IMSAS, as provided for in A34/9/1. We acknowledge the significant work undertaken by the Council and the Joint Working Group on IMSAS in updating the framework and procedures to keep the scheme effective and relevant for its second audit cycle. We welcome the proposed enhancements, including the integration of the IMSAS Continuous Monitoring Mechanism, or the ICMM, and the application of a risk-based approach to audit prioritization, which together aim to strengthen objectivity and improve the efficiency of the audit process. The Philippines also takes note of the development of the audit schedule for the second cycle, beginning on July 2027, and recognizes the use of continuous monitoring and risk-based principles in determining the order of audits. The Philippines currently listed in Group 4 of the 2033 to 2035 period. We affirm our commitment to full cooperation and preparedness. We further welcome the introduction of criteria for limited on-site audits, or LOA, which provide a constructive incentive for member states to maintain accurate and up-to-date information within the ICMM platform. Finally, the Philippines supports the key actions requested of the Assembly, including the adoption of the revised framework and procedures and the endorsement of the audit schedule for the second cycle. These steps are essential to ensuring the scheme remains robust, consistent, and effective in promoting improved implementation of mandatory IMO instruments. The Philippines remains fully committed to the continued success of IMSAS and its vital role in strengthening maritime safety and environmental protection worldwide. Thank you very much, Madam President.
Je remercie les Philippines.
Thank you very much, Philippines. And I now call on Thailand.
Thank you, President. First of all, this delegation would like to congratulate you and to Vice Chair for well-deserved elections. This delegation thanks the Secretary General for submitting the document A34/9 and welcome the update report on progress made in the implementation of the IMSAS since the last Assembly. Thailand was audited under the scheme in February 2023 and has now completed all of the corrective action plan in good time, awaiting an audit follow-up to be conducted in the near future. To demonstrate our transparency and commitment, we have decided to authorize the Secretariat the release to the public of our audit final report. In this regard, we support the encouraging words of the Secretary General, inviting member states to share their audit report and to further leverage the lessons learned from the audit. In order to support the IMSAS in the long run, we will try our best to nominate our suitable and qualified personnel, including women, into the roster. With regard to the document A34/9/1, this delegation thanks the Secretary General for presenting the draft revised framework and procedure for the IMSAS, together with the overall schedule for the second audit cycle. We also greatly appreciate the effort made by the Joint Working Group on the Member State Audit Scheme, JWG MSA, on this aspect. We fully support the adoption of the revised framework and procedure for the IMO Member State Audit Scheme as set out in the Annex 1 of this document. This delegation welcomes the introduction of the IMSAS Continuous Monitoring Mechanism, or ICMM, which in our view will facilitate the collections, analysis, and report of data related to Member State compliance to assess the effectiveness of the implementation and enforcement of Member States' responsibility and obligation under the TRIPL-I Code and the applicable mandatory IMO instrument. Last but not least, President, this delegation notes the report of JWG MSA 9 regarding the finalization of the audit schedule for the second audit cycle and support the endorsement of overall audit schedule for the second audit cycle set out in the Annex 2 of the document. Thank you, President.
Je remercie.
Thank you, Thailand. And we turn now to Poland.
Merci beaucoup, Madame la Présidente, and good afternoon to all distinguished delegates. First, I would like to extend my warmest congratulations on your election as President of the Assembly and to wish you every success in your work. I also congratulate the newly elected Vice Chairs. Furthermore, Poland wishes to express its sincere appreciation and warm thanks to the former President for his leadership and dedication. Before turning to the matter at hand, Poland wishes to express its sincere appreciation to all delegations for the warm hospitality shown through the many coffee breaks and receptions, each event a vibrant tapestry of cultural and culinary diversity has truly showcased the spirit of our international community. Turning now to the matter at hand, Poland would like to thank the Secretary General for the informative updates contained in documents A34/9 and A34/9/1. We appreciate the progress made in the implementation of the audit scheme and recognize the value of transparent audit outcomes in reinforcing collective learning and enhancing compliance with IMO instruments. Poland supports the action point encouraging member states to authorize wider release of their audit final reports in accordance with national provisions. We also support the revised framework and procedures for the IMO member state audit scheme and welcome the preparations for the second audit cycle. Merci beaucoup, Madame la Présidente.
Je remercie la Pologne.
Thank you, Poland. And before the break, I think we could hear from Norway.
Merci, Madame Présidente. Excellencies, distinguished delegates. Firstly, allow me to warmly congratulate you, Madam President, on your election as President of this Assembly. We also would like to congratulate the first Vice President and the second Vice President. This delegation also would like to extend our appreciations to the delegation that has kindly provided us with refreshments, good conversation, and excellent entertainment this week. Madam President, we would like to share our appreciation to the Secretary General for the update on the progress made in the implementation of the audit scheme since the 33rd session of the Assembly. IMSAS has so far provided the organization with valuable insights on how member states are implementing their IMO obligations, lessons which we have started to feed back into the work of the organization in a helpful way. Norway commends the member states that have demonstrated considerable progress in their implementation of their caps. At the same time, we note with concern the low level of corrective actions that have been successfully completed. Efficient implementation of the international regulations is paramount for the safety of the seafarers, the ship, and to ensure sustainable environmental protection. The low number of completed corrective actions is in our opinion, detrimental to the regulatory effectiveness of this organization. This delegation does understand the challenges many of us have to timely complete the corrective actions. And the results from IMSAS have shown that there is a lack of knowledge and resources to sufficiently ensure this effective implementation and enforcement on international regulations in many states. Technical cooperation is key to addressing these challenges, and this delegation reiterates its continued dedication to the Technical Cooperation Programme. We must strengthen our efforts in promoting the responsibilities of the maritime administrations, as well as continue to strengthen the IMO's capability to facilitate technical cooperation. Norway fully supports the further development of the audit scheme and regard the ICMM as a welcome innovation that should lead to a more efficient and effective audit scheme. Thank you, Madam President.
Je remercie la Norvège.
Thank you, Norway. Now, I think perhaps we may have an interesting announcement from a delegation. Malaysia, would you like to take the floor, please?
Your Excellencies, distinguished delegates, we are pleased to invite all of you to the afternoon coffee break hosted by Malaysia at the Delegate Lounge now. We would also like to invite all delegates to Malaysia's evening reception later from 5:45 p.m. till 8 p.m. at the Park Plaza London Riverbank Hotel Ballroom. Just a few minutes walk from this building. We are serving authentic Malaysian cuisine that you can't miss, together with Malaysian hospitality. Thank you, Madam President.
Merci de regagner.
Thank you. Please retake your seats. We will continue with the list of speakers. Indonesia.
Thank you, Madam President. My apologies for not conveying this in our earlier intervention. Indonesia joins others in congratulating you on your election. We wish you, as well as the both vice presidents, all the success in leading the Assembly. We also want to thank all countries that has provided us with wonderful meals, drinks, and entertainments since the beginning of this week, including Malaysia recently. Coming back to the matter at hand, Indonesia thanks the Secretary General for the comprehensive reports on the implementation and further development of the IMO Member State Audit Scheme, and expresses appreciation to the Secretariat and to the auditors for participating member states who supported Indonesia's audit in 2025. Their professionalism and cooperation were invaluable in helping us strengthen our national maritime governance. Indonesia recognizes that IMSAS has matured significantly, yet the follow-up phase remains the most challenging. We note that globally only a small proportion of corrective actions have been fully resolved and verified as effective. This underlines the need for stronger linkages between audit findings, targeted technical assistance, and capacity building, particularly for developing countries. Indonesia supports the revised framework and procedures and the introduction of the continuous monitoring mechanism. We also encourage the continued use of consolidated audit summary reports to inform the prioritization of the ITCP activities. Finally, Indonesia reaffirms our commitment to implementing our corrective action plan, to enhancing transparency where appropriate, and to contributing qualified auditors, including women, to the IMSAS roster. We look forward to working with all member states to ensure that the second audit cycle delivers tangible improvements for safety, environmental protection, and the effectiveness of global maritime governance. Thank you, Madam President.
Je remercie
Thank you. I now give the floor to Iraq.
شكرا سيدتي الرئيسة.
Thank you, President. From the outset, I would like to thank Malaysia for the tea break just now. I have a request, President. We need to change the word used in the Arabic language for audit. The word which is used is not the one which we see in all provisions or across the audit scheme. In Assembly Resolution 83 and the other relevant resolution. For those countries which speak Arabic, the term used causes an issue vis-à-vis our legislation on audit processes. And if you allow, Madam President, I have an example which I can quote. It relates to the signature of the Memorandum of Cooperation with the Secretary General on the audit, which Egypt was subject to next month, on the 7th of December until the 14th of December. So that's upcoming. The Secretary General signed the text in the English language, and then we postponed the signature of the Arabic text because of the term used. So, President, could you take this request into account, we would like the word used in the Arabic text to be changed, and we're open to discussion on that. Thank you.
Le secrétariat a bien noté.
The Secretariat has taken note of your request and will work together with you. The Secretary General is supporting that too. Thank you. Greece has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. Congratulations and many wishes to you and the Vice Presidents in regard with your duties in this Assembly. Also, we would like to thank all delegations for the wonderful receptions provided inside and outside the IMO. All of them were exceptional. On the issue, we would like to express our appreciation to the Secretary General for presenting the progress achieved on the implementation of the IMO Member State Audit Scheme, as well as for providing concrete background information regarding audit planning, management and reporting through the GSIS module. For Greece, the effective and internationally uniform implementation of IMO conventions is a clear priority, as it safeguards the safety of ships and human life at sea, ensures the protection of marine environment, and upholds both fair competition and the smooth functioning of international shipping. In this respect, the EMSAS is an essential tool for translating this priority into practice. We therefore fully support the adoption of the revised framework and procedure for the EMSAS, as set out in Annex 1 of Working Document 34/9/1, and we also endorse the overall audit schedule for the second audit cycle, set out in Annex 2 of the same document. In addition, we would like to support the action point encouraging Member States to authorize release of their audit reports to all Member States and to the public. Finally, we thank the Secretary General and the competent departments of the Secretariat for their continued efforts to provide transparency in the audit results and to facilitate access to Member States' audit reports through the GSIS module. Objective, we, Greece, fully subscribe. Thank you very much.
Je remercie.
Thank you. Nigeria, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. I want to first of all apologize to the interpreters for the slight amendment on our system. Thank you. This delegation congratulates you, Madam President, on your well-deserved election, a testament of gender balance and equality in the IMO. We look forward to your result-oriented leadership. We also take this opportunity to congratulate the two vice presidents on their elections. Nigeria commends the Secretary General for the comprehensive report on the implementation of IMO Member State Audit Scheme and the progress achieved since the 33rd session of the Assembly. We recognize the scheme's central role in strengthening global maritime governance through the objective assessment of Member States' compliance with IMO instruments. Nigeria welcomes the growing transparency demonstrated by the increasing number of states authorizing the release of their audit reports, as this promotes peer learning and collective improvements. We particularly appreciate the issuance of Consolidated Audit Summary Reports, CAS, which provides valuable insight into common implementation changes and best practices across the global maritime community. Nigeria underscores the importance of ensuring that lessons learned from the audits translate into practical guidance for technical cooperation, capacity building, particularly for developing countries and small island developing states that often face resource and infrastructure constraints. Nigeria further emphasized that the effectiveness of the audit scheme depends on sustained follow-up, timely communication for correction action plans, and strengthened national implementation mechanisms. We therefore encourage member states to fully engage in the follow-up process, update their speak-ups, and nominate qualified individuals, including women, to serve as auditors. Nigeria affirms its commitment to the objective of IMSAS and supports the call for enhanced capacity building through Technical Cooperation Committee to address the recurrent findings identified in the audits. We also recognize the value of digital tools such as GISIS platform in facilitating transparency, data sharing, and efficiency. Madam President, regarding document 9/1, Nigeria commends the Secretariat and the Joint Working Group on the Member State Audit Scheme for the comprehensive work done in revising the framework for procedures for the IMO Member States Audit IMSAS and for developing structured and forward-looking audit scheme for the second circle. The introduction of risk-based and continuous monitoring approach represents a significant advancement in the evolution of the scheme, enhancing its relevance as a mechanism for assessing and strengthening member states' implementation for IMO instruments. Nigeria viewed this as a critical step toward improving global maritime governance, transparency, and accountability, ensuring that the regulatory framework for all member states, particularly developing maritime nations, aligns with international standards in safety, security, and maritime environmental protection. Nigeria underscores the effectiveness of the second audit cycle and will depend on sustained collaboration, technical support, and equitable access to training opportunities for all member states. We particularly commend the Secretariat's intention to revise the Auditor's Manual and develop enhanced auditor and administrator training materials, as these will be essential to ensuring consistency, objectivity, and credibility to the audit process. Nigeria fully supports the adoption of the revised framework and the procedures and endorses the proposed overall audit schedule while encouraging the Secretariat to continue providing targeted assistance to developing countries to strengthen their audit readiness. In this regard, Madam President, Nigeria reiterates its commitment to active participation in the scheme and to be leveraging the audit outcomes to reinforce its maritime administration and contribute to the collective objective of safer, cleaner, and more efficient global shipping. Thank you, Madam President.
Je remercie le Nigeria.
Thank you to Nigeria. China, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. First of all, this delegation would like to congratulate Madam President on your successful election. We also extend our congratulations to the two vice presidents on their successful election. We thank all delegations for hosting the wonderful receptions of the past days. We also appreciate the Secretary General for submitting the documents. The Member State Audit Scheme plays an important role in ensuring the effective implementation of international maritime conventions developed by the organization. Our delegation appreciates the work achieved by the Secretariat and pay tribute to the auditors for their diligent efforts. At the same time, we have noticed during the audit process, some recurring deficiencies and observations have appeared. Some of these reflect areas where certain audit rules need improvement and refinement. We believe that we should conduct careful review and summarization, identify problems, and make improvements in order to make the audit process more scientific, rational, and effective. We are delighted to see that, based on the experience of the first audit cycle, IMO has developed audit framework and procedures. That is document A34/9/1, and has formulated a more scientific work schedule for the second audit cycle. China was audited in 2024 and achieved excellent results. We are willing to strengthen exchanges with other countries and work together to improve our capacity in the implementation of IMO instruments. Thank you, Madam President.
Je remercie la...
Thank you, China. Namibia, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. First and foremost, we wish to join others in extending our congratulations to you and your vice presidents for your elections. We also thank all the delegations that have kindly provided refreshments since the beginning of this session. On the matter at hand, we thank the Secretary General for documents A34/9 and A34/9/1. Namibia is pleased to note that IMSAS has made good progress since the last assembly, and there are positive developments in all aspects of the scheme as the first audit cycle draws to a close. We are particularly happy that the auditor pool has been expanded and diversified, with more women now forming part of the team of auditors. However, there are challenges, including foundational gaps in areas such as national legislation and delegation of authority to recognized organizations. Many developing countries, including Namibia, face real capacity hurdles in closing those gaps, coupled with a poor implementation of the corrective action plans, as earlier highlighted by the Secretary General and other delegations before us. On the further development of the scheme, we support the improvements made, especially the revised framework and procedures, which reflect the lessons drawn from the first audit cycle. As we enter the next cycle in 2027, there is a need for enhanced and targeted TC support linked to audit outcomes so that member states, especially developing countries, can improve their implementation of IMSAS and reap the full benefits of the improved scheme. With TC support, IMSAS won't just diagnose gaps, it will help to close them. In closing, Chair, we reaffirm the essential role of IMSAS in strengthening implementation, and we fully support the actions outlined in paragraphs 25 and 15 of the two documents, including the adoption of the revised framework and procedures. Thank you, Madam President.
Je remercie la Namibie et je donne la...
Thanks to Namibia. I now give the floor to France. Thank you, President. Allow me also to congratulate you and the two vice presidents on your election. We would like to also thank all delegations who have offered us such wonderful receptions, those which we've had so far, and then the coffee break still to come. President, we thank the Secretary General for the documents 34.9 and 34.9.1. We commend the decision taken by many states who have chosen to publish all or part of the results of IMO audits. This delegation has repeatedly said that we support this transparency. It's something which we do ourselves, and this measure has proved to be a powerful way to improve the effective implementation of IMO instruments by our maritime administration. We also recommend the release of final reports to all member states and to the public, and we are pleased to note that there is less reluctance in this area. We support the draft resolution to the framework and procedures which our Assembly should approve to ensure a general application for the second IMSAS cycle on the 30th of June 2026 to replace Resolution A 1067/28. This delegation fully supports the principles to find more effectiveness in the planning, implementation and follow-up of audits. And in conclusion, I would like to commend the excellent work by Tatiana Krilic and her team. Really great job.
Remercie la France.
Thanks to France. Mexico.
Muchas gracias, señora Presidenta.
Thank you, President. And my delegation would like to congratulate you and the two vice presidents on your well-deserved appointment to chair in the course of the Assembly. And thank you to all of those who have hosted us over the week, and to the Secretary General for the detailed presentation of the documents. Implementation of the IMSAS is a crucial pillar to strengthen the international maritime system. This mechanism promotes transparency and continuous improvements in implementing mandatory instruments of the organization, but it also promotes harmonization of standards and practices across maritime administrations. And for Mexico, its relevance lies in the fact that it helps to identify gaps, to promote a global culture of responsibility, of shared responsibility, and approval of the plan is therefore essential to ensure safer maritime activities which are more sustainable and efficient, as well as consolidating trust in member states as part of the framework of effective maritime governance. It's important to note that Mexico has two professionals from the Naval Secretariat. They're currently the only women auditors nationally with this specialist certification, and their efficiency and effectiveness have led them to directly cooperate with the organization by contributing significantly to audits in a number of Latin American countries. And we therefore feel that there's a continued need to ensure participation of women in the audits. This reflects not just solidity of the technical skills we have in Mexico in the maritime sector, but it also involves us more in multilateral practices for continuous improvement in safety, security, and compliance internationally. And finally, we endorse the adoption of the revised framework and procedures as per Annex 2 and Annex 2 of the document. Thank you very much.
Je remercie.
Thank you, Mexico. Russian Federation, you have the floor.
Уважаемая госпожа президент.
President, participants, from the outset, I would like to use this opportunity to thank the Secretary General personally for organizing the audit in the Russian Federation in autumn 2024. The whole audit was organized very successfully from an operative point of view, and there was a lot of mutual trust. And Secretary General, I'd like to also thank Tatiana Krilic and her team who worked together with us. The audit was successful and made it possible not just to identify areas where we could improve, but also to understand those shortcomings which do exist in the audit system. This system was created for us. We check it together, and we need to understand how it is working, and we need to understand what results we expect from it. We agree with the document and what it says on improving the system, and we agree with the proposals for the new framework and procedures for the IMSAS. We thank the group who prepared this document. Our proposals were taken into account, and I would like to underscore that the possibility is there for states to decide if they want to publish audit results or if they decide not to do so. Furthermore, the possibility does exist for a memorandum on the audit, not just for the government of the state, but for its organs, be it the ministry or the maritime organization. And in our view, this really simplifies the procedure for preparing and reflects the realities of life. Furthermore, the results of the audit, as they are now, and the conclusions and the corrective measures, corrective actions, and all these changes are going to have real impact. President, Assembly, we have 2 submissions which make proposals to improve the system, but they don't relate to what we're discussing now. We, as other delegations have done so, we would like to support the schedule for the second audit cycle and the framework and procedures for the IMSAS. Thank you.
Je remercie la Fédération de Russie.
Thank you, Russian Federation. Switzerland.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Switzerland had the audit in February this year. We received excellent support from the Secretariat before, during, and after the audit. Thank you for the constructive and forward-thinking approach. It's much appreciated. I would especially like to also highlight the very substantial and valuable assistance provided by Finland, both in the preparation phase and after the audit. Finland had their audit 4 months before us and were very open in sharing their experience with us in full transparency. This is not something to be taken for granted, and we would like to express our sincere appreciation for it. We believe that the side effect of the audit was fully in the spirit of the IMO. Dialogue, cooperation, that was not only very constructive, but also very concrete. Thank you.
Je remercie la...
Thank you, Switzerland. Morocco now has the floor.
Madam President, this delegation thanks the Secretary General for the document A34/9 regarding the implementation of the IMSAS. We note with appreciation the significant progress achieved since the program starts. The completion of 153 audits and the increasing transparency in sharing reports underscore our collective commitment to effectively implementing IMO instruments. Morocco, which underwent its audits in November 2024, remains fully committed to this process. We recognize the significant value of these audits in identifying areas for improvement and strengthening our national maritime capabilities. However, we share the concerns regarding the low implementation rate of corrective actions. With only 6% of measures fully completed, this figure calls for a collective reflection on enhancing support mechanisms for member states, particularly in technical assistance and capacity building. In this regard, we endorse the report's recommendation, notably encouraging the public dissemination of audit reports, strengthening the follow-up on corrective action plans, promoting the participation of women in audit teams. Finally, Morocco firmly believes that the success of this program hinges on solidarity and cooperation among all member states. We stand ready to share our experience and learn from the experiences of others. Thank you, Madam President.
Je remercie le Maroc.
Thank you, Morocco, and I will now call on Cyprus.
Thank you, Madam President. Firstly, we would like to express our sincere congratulations to you, Madam President, for your election, as well as to congratulate the Vice Presidents for their election. We would also like to thank all delegations who have hosted us during the last days. My delegation wishes to convey its appreciation to the Secretary General and the Secretariat for the updates presented in documents A34/9 and A34/9/1 regarding the continued implementation and strengthening of the IMO member state audit scheme. Cyprus has supported the scheme from its inception, including providing qualified auditors, and we remain fully committed to its further development. We welcome the significant progress achieved in the conduct of audits during the first cycle and commend all member states for their efforts to meet their international obligations, as well as the Secretariat for its coordination and technical support. We endorse the actions outlined in both documents, including the encouragement to all member states to authorize the release of their audit final reports. Greater openness will foster a culture of transparency, allow the membership to benefit from shared lessons, and ultimately enhance global compliance and enforcement of IMO instruments. In this context, we are pleased to note that Cyprus has made its own audit report publicly available, reflecting our commitment to openness and to supporting the collective improvement of the organization's regulatory framework. We also support the updated framework and procedures, which incorporate valuable experience gained during the first audit cycle and introduce important improvements that will strengthen consistency, efficiency, and clarity in the scheme's implementation. Likewise, we endorse the principles guiding the new audit schedule, including the 9-year interval and a sequencing approach that supports member states in completing outstanding corrective actions, an approach that ensures a fair and needs-based allocation of resources. Cyprus further welcomes the development of enhanced GISIS tools, updated training materials, and the new auditor's manual, all of which will better prepare both auditors and member states for the second cycle. We also support the establishment of the IMSA's continuous monitoring mechanism and the introduction of limited on-site audits underpinned by transparent and objective eligibility criteria. Madam President, these collective actions reinforce the integrity and effectiveness of IMSAS and contribute meaningfully to maritime safety and the protection of the marine environment. Cyprus stands ready to continue cooperating closely with the Secretariat and all member states to ensure the successful implementation of the second audit cycle. Thank you, Madam President.
Je remercie Chypre.
Thank you, Cyprus. And I now call on Suriname.
Excellencies, distinguished delegates, Madam President, we congratulate you and the two vice chairs on your successful election and wish you all the best for Assembly 34. We thank the Secretary General for the documents A34/9 and A34/9/1. The Republic of Suriname reaffirms its strong support for the IMO member state audit scheme as a cornerstone for enhancing global maritime standards. Chair, following our audit in March 2018, we submitted our follow-up action plan via GISIS and continue to work diligently to implement all corrective actions. We are also proud to contribute directly to the scheme's integrity and diversity, most notably the recent approval of our first female national as an IMSAS auditor, strengthens the audit process and demonstrates Suriname's commitment to promoting gender equality within the maritime sector. Chair, in closing, we note the work undertaken for the further development of the audit scheme into the second audit cycle and advise to adopt the revised framework and procedures for the IMO member state audit scheme as set out in Annex 1, and we also endorse the overall audit schedule for the second audit cycle set out in Annex 2, and request the Secretary General to keep it updated. Thank you, Chair.
Je remercie le...
Thank you, Suriname. Liberia, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. We congratulate you and the Vice Presidents on your well-deserved elections and look forward to your steadfast leadership. We would also like to thank all whom have hosted us at receptions from the start of this meeting and to those who will host us for the coming days. Madam President, on the matter at hand, Liberia commends the Secretariat for their support in the implementation of the first IMSAT audit cycle. Liberia, having completed its audit in October through November 2024, notes with thanks the receipt of the audit report, which is being finalized for submission of its corrective action report. We appreciate and commend all the auditors that form part of our audit team. Liberia supports transparency and inclusivity in the audit process. We are also in the process of nominating young professionals, including women, as auditors. To conclude, we pledge our continued support to the audit scheme. Thank you.
Je remercie.
Thank you, Liberia. Kenya, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President, distinguished delegates. Kenya congratulates you for your appointment, Madam President, and that of the Vice President. We also thank the various delegations for hosting receptions and coffee breaks. Madam President, our delegation appreciates the Secretary General for the documents presented, which detail important updates on the work undertaken. Indeed, Kenya attaches great importance to the IMSAS audits and considers the audits as an effective tool for improvement in the implementation of obligations under the IMO mandatory instrument at the national level. Kenya is particularly proud of its first IMO female auditor recently appointed, signifying its commitment to gender diversity. Madam President, despite the numerous reported challenges in the implementation of the corrective action plan by some member states, Kenya believes that the IMSAS audit scheme remains a necessary global maritime governance scheme, and we remain committed to its implementation. This delegation aligns with the delegation of Namibia in recommending continuous capacity building support on IMSAS audit's corrective action plans for interested member states. Madam President, Kenya supports the revised IMSAS procedures and the revised schedule. Thank you.
Je remercie le Kenya.
Thank you, Kenya. Saudi Arabia, please.
Shukran. Thank you, Madam President. The Kingdom of Saudi Arabia appreciates the detailed report contained in document A34-9 and A34/9/1. We commend the Secretariat for its continued dedication to advancing the IMO member audit scheme. The figures speak clearly. Since 2016, 153 audits have been completed, including 14 this year and 12 more planned before the end of the year. 103 final reports and 123 executive summaries through GISIS have been published, as well as 8 other reports. This proves that the program has become a new instrument of transparency. Saudi Arabia noticed that there is a low rate of corrective actions. Only 6.1% have been fully completed. We agree that this highlights the need for enhanced technical cooperation and capacity building, especially for developing countries. Saudi Arabia values the call to authorize broader access to audit reports and encourages all member states to do so. This will contribute to a culture of openness and shared responsibility. We also welcome the increase in female auditors within the roster. It now represents 46 professionals and is a tangible sign of progress towards greater gender diversity. The Kingdom remains fully committed to the objectives of the scheme. We are proud to have been the first Arab country to complete the mandatory audit in 2022. We will continue to support the Secretariat's efforts to strengthen global implementation, transparency, and inclusiveness within the organization. We also welcome and fully support the new correct procedures regarding audit of member states. This updated framework, which was after the first decision, gives priority on the basis of risks and enhanced clarity in roles and responsibilities. This demonstrates that the organization is moving towards a more proactive, data-driven approach to compliance. We appreciate the focus on capacity building and digital transformation through GISIS-based tools and updated training materials. This will make the audit process more transparent, more efficient, and more accessible for all member states, especially developing ones. As the first Arab country to complete the mandatory audit, the Kingdom has witnessed firsthand how the scheme strengthens national implementation frameworks and fosters genuine cooperation between member states and the Secretariat. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Madam President.
Je remercie l'Arabie.
Thank you, Saudi Arabia, and I now call on Argentina. Thank you, President. We'd like to thank the Secretary-General for having submitted the document. President, we take note of the information provided in the document and join those in encouraging those member states who have not yet provided the Secretariat with the data for the person authorized to have access to the reports through GISIS to do so in keeping with Circular 3587 and to update the data on the authorized person in GISIS as necessary. We also agree that we should request the MSC and the MEPC to consider the 8th compendium with lessons learned from the 11 mandatory audits conducted in 2022, 2023, and 2024, and to report in due course to Council on the outcome of this consideration, because these compendia do contain lessons learned from the mandatory audits, which may be of assistance to other member states. With regard to this point, Argentina plays an active part in the audit scheme, was part of the joint working group on the audit scheme, the member state audit scheme. Our naval prefecture has properly trained staff under IMO courses, and they have been assigned to the organization to join audit teams in the audits of maritime administrations in the region. And finally, we also agree that we should encourage auditors to update their profiles on the e-roster and candidates to come forward for that list so that the information is up to date with regard to contact points for those who are authorized by each member state in the GISIS system under every module. Thank you, President.
Je remercie l'Argentine.
Thank you, Argentina. Argentina was the last speaker on the list, I think. However, the Solomon Islands have raised their flag. I'm not sure whether that was to take the floor. Otherwise, you will have to press the microphone button for us to give you the floor. Yes, Solomon Islands, please.
Thank you, Madam President, and good afternoon to Excellencies and colleagues.
Since Solomon Island has taken the floor for the first time, let me, on behalf of my delegation, convey our congratulations to you, Madam President, and the two vice presidents who were successfully elected this week to assume the sterling leadership of the 34th Assembly of the IMO. Madam President, Solomon Islands was audited in 2019 and is looking forward for the next cycle of audit in the next 5 years. Solomon Islands, like other member states, require technical support from IMO to rectify gaps identified by the audit report. Work on compliance is in progress, and we thank IMO for the IMSAS that sets standards for all member states, and looking forward for the audit report to be released publicly soon. Thank you, Madam President.
Je remercie les îles.
Thank you, Solomon Islands. And now I can see Uganda is also requesting the floor. We are a bit behind with our agenda, so I would urge you to be as concise as possible so that we can continue with our agenda. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Madam President, Your Excellencies, the delegates, ladies and gentlemen, Madam President. Uganda warmly congratulates you on your assumption of the presidency of the 34th Assembly of the IMO. We also extend our sincere congratulations to the newly elected vice presidents. We thank all member states for the exceptional hospitality extended to our delegation during this assembly, the warmth, remarkable cuisine, and the opportunity to experience such rich and diverse cultures. Uganda values this diversity deeply and appreciates the spirit of unity that defines our global maritime community. Madam Chair, under Agenda Item 9, Document 3491 on the audit scheme, Uganda is pleased to inform the Assembly that our audit was conducted from 10th to 14th November 2025, covering our implementation and compliance with key IMO instruments as stated in the III Code. Although Uganda does not operate ocean-going vessels, we manage extensive inland water transport services and are now exploring the opportunity to exercise our rights to the sea as informed and guided by this audit. We express our gratitude for the support, insights, information sharing, and technical cooperation extended to us throughout this process. In conclusion, Uganda stands ready to continue close collaboration with the organization and its members as we strengthen and develop our maritime sector. I thank you.
Je remercie l'Ouganda.
Thank you, Uganda. And if there are no further requests for the floor, then we will have the introduction of the following two documents on the agenda, and I'd call on the Russian Federation to introduce them.
Да, спасибо.
Thank you, President. I will present the documents one after the other, if that's okay. In our first document, 3492, we would like to draw the Assembly's attention to a series of issues, problematic issues, which exist in the IMSAS system, in the current system which we have just approved. First of all, it is a need to identify parts of IMSAS with significant divergences in interpretation as a minimum to develop targeted recommendations to states on matters of a most acute and systemic character. The issue here is, or the problem here is, that the interpretation of the provisions of IMO instruments, mandatory instruments, is up to states, as the Secretary General has repeatedly stated. But when audits are undertaken, the auditors themselves interpret the instruments. And there is not a mechanism to resolve these differences. Secondly, it's the numerous and sometimes unfounded and superfluous and reporting requirements to IMO. These are not systemized at the moment in full. The delegate asks the interpreter to interpret word for word what he is saying. There's not time to systemically, they're not fully systematically reviewed. The reporting requirements represent a significant administrative burden on administrations and don't always reach their goals, and they reduce the amount of reporting to IMO. The third problem is the systemization of standards and the codification of the administration. To the satisfaction, the issue relating to instruments left to the satisfaction of the administration, that is something which is covered by our next document, which I will speak on in detail in a moment. And then the fourth problem, which we would like to draw your attention to, some of the requirements have to be fulfilled by 2 or more states at the same time. But when there is no cooperation, or when that cooperation falls short, then one of the states who has been audited is found to be guilty. And therefore, there's not a way of overcoming this shortcoming at the moment. I can provide an example. The requirement for the periodic review of mandatory ship reporting systems in the Barents Sea area. This was a system which was created by 2 countries, by Russia and Norway. But cooperation, we are not cooperating anymore, and so Russia can't fulfill the requirements on this. There are other requirements. Participants of the Assembly. We request that these be examined so we can correct the recommendations for the auditors, which are in this, for example, in circular of the MSC .219.
.19.
Yes, yeah, MSC MEPC .2 Circ 19. Present. With your permission, I'll move on to our second document. That's 3493. This focuses on the problem on provisions and their implementation of provisions of mandatory instruments. which are left to the satisfaction of the administration. We have counted a great number of these, more than 280. Apologies, we have counted 280 of these, but we believe that there are more than that. Therefore, in the document, we don't have a full list of these. Auditors have their list of these requirements. In order to fulfill the standards, in our view, it's just not possible. Participants of the Assembly, we request that you would support efforts to create a full list, an explicit list, an exhaustive list of these provisions, so that both member states and the auditors can understand clearly what is to be checked or audited. President, through you, we call upon all participants to contribute to resolve this problem in order to make the audit system more transparent, more understandable, and so that the requirements made of member states can be properly implemented. Thank you.
Je remercie la Fédération de Russie.
Thank you, Russian Federation. We have taken good note of your presentation and requests for the floor, which will be taken tomorrow. Given the time, I think we are now going to move on to a different kind of schedule, namely the receptions. We've only got 8 this evening, so the Secretary General has a bit less work on his plate. You might even have time to eat something. I don't know that if you even were able to have your lunch today. So I'm going to, well, I think you have the program, the schedule on your desks. Some are here. And you will have received invitations from Turkey, Malaysia, Japan, Belgium, Singapore, Sultanate of Oman, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, and Germany. So we've got a busy agenda this evening as well.